and the government that they love some people. So the opposition has accused the central government of using central agencies to intimidate and threaten the opposition leaders. And here you have Sanjay Raut, a shift in stand, because he was saying that ED can arrest me, but ED cannot take me to Guwahati. But apparently that entire statement rendered futile now. Sanjay Raut now tweeting out that means that he will be appearing in front of the ED at 12 noon today.
And that's something we'll track very closely. Thanks for the moment, Maushmi, for joining us with all of those details from Mumbai. And with that, I'm slipping into a short break here on First Up. Coming up on the other side, all the latest updates in the investigation into the Udaipur beheading. Horrifying details that have emerged of how these killers were part of WhatsApp groups with Pakistani radicals. With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're First Up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshata Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're First Up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshata Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. You are Make your media plans smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Let's round up all the latest updates coming in this Friday morning in the investigation into the Udaipur beheading. There have been a lot of questions asked of the Rajasthan police and how Kanhaiya Lal, the victim's pleas for help, his police complaint was ignored. Now the Gehlot government has cracked the whip, removing the Udaipur SP Manoj Kumar and IG Hinglaj Dhan for what happened and the action, the lack of action rather, by the Rajasthan police. Another big update that you need to know in the story is that the killers, the two murderers of Kanhaiya Lal, have been shifted to a high security prison in Ajmer after some local intel did suggest that there was in fact a threat to their lives. The intelligence wing reportedly had conveyed a threat to the lives of the killers, the accused Mohammed Ghaus as well as Mohammed Riaz, and that's why the decision was taken to transfer them to the Ajmer high prison, high security jail. Devankar is joining us with more details on this. Dev, big updates that are coming in. On one hand, you have a crackdown against the top cop of Udaipur. On the other hand, also action being taken because of repeated death threats and a risk of an attack on the killers.
Well, absolutely, Akshita. The fact that the district superintendent of police has been removed, he has been asked to leave his post, and he has been replaced by Nupur Sharma, who will be the new SP of Udaipur, clearly shows that the Gehlot government has cracked the whip on the district police for allegedly, which was responsible for the inaction in Kanhaiya Lal's case. The family had repeatedly mentioned that Kanhaiya Lal had pleaded before the police that he needs help, that there were dire threats to his life, that warnings were given that he will be eliminated. But despite that, the police did not act enough in time to ensure that Kanhaiya Lal's lives were saved. The other update that we have is that after Mohammed Riaz and Ghaus Mohammed were produced in the court yesterday, there were several people who had arrived at the court premises and even outside of it who were shouting slogans against the duo, demanding death by hanging for the two of them and demanding that they should not be spared, that there should be public lynching of them. And there were several other comments, abuses that were hurled at the two of them, after which the intelligence made a clear communication that there was a threat to their lives. And what we were given to understand that late at night it was decided that both of them will be shifted to the Ajmer high security jail, and that process has already started. In fact, they have already been taken to the Ajmer high security jail. Akshita.
Okay, Dev, thank you for joining us with those updates. Big news that's coming in this morning. The Gehlot government removing the Udaipur IG and SP. They've been transferred out. And besides that, the two accused, the two killers here, have been moved to a high security prison in Ajmer after local intel did suggest that there was serious threat to their lives. But let's also get you the latest on the investigation into this horrifying beheading that's shocked us as a nation. It's emerged that these two accused, these two killers, Mohammed Riaz and Mohammed Ghaus, were part of a WhatsApp group along with Pakistani radicals. And yes, that means another Pakistan link has emerged in this particular beheading. The anti-terror squad has recovered two blood-stained weapons from the accused, Mohammed Riaz and Mohammed Ghaus. These weapons were recovered from the office of an aide linked to the accused. Both accused have been sent to judicial custody till July 13th. According to ATS, the accused were parts of WhatsApp groups with Pakistani radicals. In the same WhatsApp groups, the remark of Nupur Sharma on Prophet Muhammad was discussed, and these members in this group referred and talked about revenge and doing something big in retaliation. The role of Kanhaiya Lal's neighbour at this point is also under the scanner. Chief Minister Gehlot visited the family of Kanhaiya Lal in Udaipur yesterday. The Chief Minister announced financial assistance of 50 lakh rupees to the family and also assured that there will be justice. And in our next report, we round up all the latest updates on the protests, the agitations that have broken out across the country over this incident in Udaipur. They were violent protests as hundreds hit the streets in parts of Udaipur in a protest against the cops as well, who ignored a complaint that was filed by Kanhaiya Lal.
He was threatened, brutally attacked, butchered and finally beheaded. The butchers celebrating the ghastly crime. The decapitating of Hindu tailor Kanhaiya Lal by two Islamist radicals has sparked massive outrage across the nation. Effigies were burnt, massive sloganeering erupted, and a massive crowd made mega chorus for justice. Thousands of angry protesters hit the streets, raising slogans, demanding justice and marching under heavy security. Protests erupted in several cities across the country, including Udaipur, Khargone, Jhajjar, Meerut, Aligarh and Hyderabad, where protesters sought action against the jihadis who beheaded Kanhaiya for backing Nupur Sharma. Mega protests erupted in Hyderabad by Hindu outfits, VHP and Bajrang Dal, where effigies of jihadis were burnt at the state government office. India Today reached where the Islamist radicals had made celebratory videos after beheading Kanhaiya.
इसके अंदर बैठकर उसने वीडियो बनाया था, वो वीडियो जो आज पूरे हिंदुस्तान में वायरल हो चुका है कन्हैया लाल की हत्या के बाद। इसी में बैठकर रियाज और गौस इसी शॉप में बैठकर वो वीडियो बनाया था।
Facing flack over his police denying security for the Hindu tailor despite repeated threats by Islamist radicals, CM Ashok Gehlot met the family, offering a 50 lakh ex gratia amount. He surprisingly lauded his police, saying it did a good job, arresting the killers. The family, however, rooted for justice.
हमारी पुलिस ने एसओजी ने अच्छा काम किया, एक तरफ हत्यारों को पकड़ लिया और दूसरी तरफ मालूम कर लिया कि इनका अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संगठनों से संबंध है। मेन बात ये है, इसलिए नेशनल इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसी आई है पिक्चर के अंदर।
को जैसे मारा वैसे उनको मारना, मेरे मामा को जस्टिस दो, वी वांट जस्टिस मेरे मामा।
The NIA, which is grilling Mohammad Riaz and Mohammad Ghoz, suspects that ISIS videos were used to radicalize them. Their mobiles are being put to forensic test to establish links with Pakistan-based Dawat-e-Islami. With Arvind Ojha and Devankur Vadhavan in Udaipur, Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's cut across to a news break coming in from Kerala this morning. Days after Rahul Gandhi's Wayanad office was targeted, the CPIM head office has now been attacked. A crude bomb was hurled at the ruling CPIM state headquarters. This happened at about 11:30 last night. The bomb went off in front of the main gate of the party office. CCTV footage also that you see on your screens there shows a person on a two-wheeler hurling the object and fleeing. This has happened at, in fact, the main office, the headquarters of the CPIM in Thiruvananthapuram. The person you see on your screens is yet to be nabbed. So this is, in fact, the CCTV footage that's emerged of the attack. You see a man on a bike stopping briefly, throwing the bomb and then fleeing from the spot. He's yet to be nabbed, but this is yet another bloody chapter in the endless political violence that's being reported in Kerala. But this is as brazen as it gets. This is in Thiruvananthapuram, in the heart of the city, the headquarters of the CPIM in the state being targeted. Let's move on now and get you a report on the monsoon mayhem that's being reported in several parts of the country. Focusing in our next report on the northeast, where states like Assam, Arunachal Pradesh and Manipur are struggling right now due to waterlogging and heavy flooding. There are other states like Bihar and Madhya Pradesh also which are completely waterlogged.
Nature's fury is wreaking havoc across eastern India. From Assam, Arunachal Pradesh and Manipur in the northeast region to Bihar and Madhya Pradesh in the east. People are reeling under monsoon mayhem. Large parts of Assam has been severely inundated. The death toll in the state has risen to over 150 in nearly 3 months. And the spate of floods and landslides do not appear to stop.
ये पर तो सारा घर खराब हो गया बांध की वजह से। घर में रहने के लिए जगह नहीं है, पीने के लिए पानी नहीं है, खाने के लिए थोड़ा थोड़ा सामान बचा था।
This deluge has left over 30 lakh people across 26 districts of Assam affected.
32 villages have been affected by this flood. See, a lot of children, kids, elderly people are there which have been rescued by Indian Army, and this operation is continuously, they are doing it continuously from the morning till evening, and sometimes if call comes, emergency call comes from in the night, they also rescue operations in the night.
The story is not different in Arunachal Pradesh. Unprecedented downpour created havoc, leading to landslides and dead bodies piling.
यहाँ पर आदमी बहुत आना जाना होता है। अभी ये गिरने का वजह से पूरा ये ना आदमी भी अभी आ नहीं सक रहे हैं। ऐसे उस तरफ का लो उधर ही बैठ गया। इन केस फिर कोई बीमार होने से फिर यहाँ में आने के भी बहुत तकलीफ होगा ना अभी।
While in Manipur, the inclement weather led to a landslide at the company location of the Indian Army's 107 Territorial Army. 3 soldiers of Territorial Army and 5 civilians have been rescued, while the mortal remains of 7 soldiers and 1 civilian have been recovered so far. Meanwhile, many parts of Bihar are underwater. Those residing near river banks are fearful of losing their homes. The water level in many rivers is above the danger mark and the state is on high alert.
एक जगह है इमरती कटरवा, वहाँ पे बांध बन गया है जिसकी वजह से पिछले साल इंटरनेशनल कनाल दोन कनाल को भी इशू हुआ था। तो इस बार हम लोग उस बांध को कंप्लीट करवा चुके हैं और हम आशा करते हैं कि इस बार वहाँ पे कोई परेशानी नहीं होना चाहिए।
Heavy rainfalls has also lashed Madhya Pradesh. The Met Department issued an orange alert warning of heavy to very heavy rainfall in 10 districts of Madhya Pradesh. Same story of flood fury every year across states. Shockingly, flood management remains low priority for authorities. Bureau Report, India Today.
And we'll continue getting you the latest ground reports from these flood-affected states. Let's slip into a short break here on First Up. Coming up on the other side, we're getting you all the latest sports stories of the day. A preview of the 5th Test match between India and England, as Jasprit Bumrah will be leading the Indian side.
Make your media plans smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India.
History beckons India as the rescheduled fifth test, the Edgbaston test between India and England, will take place. However, we'll be without Captain Rohit Sharma as he's yet to recover from COVID. It's Jasprit Bumrah who will be leading the Indian side.
Team India is on the cusp of a historic win. But it will take some effort for India to thump and inform England at their home. Stage is set for the rescheduled test of the 5-match series which India are currently leading 2-1. But the Indian think tank will have a lot of brainstorming to do before they take to the field at Edgbaston. Regular captain Rohit Sharma is down with COVID and his absence not only impacts the leadership group but the opening pair too. In Rohit's absence, Jasprit Bumrah will lead the team and Shubman Gill is likely to partner Cheteshwar Pujara at the top. Although Mayank Agarwal, who was flown in earlier this week, is another option. India's top order will see a bit of reshuffling with Vihari at number 3, followed by Virat Kohli and Shreyas Iyer. Another decision that India will need to make is whether to go in with Jadeja or Ashwin, or can they afford to play both the spinners.
Most of the pitches are a little bit dry at the moment. As you saw in Leeds last game, Trent Bridge the game before was just really flat, but the weather was amazing. So it has cooled down slightly, but if I was India, I would go 3 seamers, 2 spinners, with Shami, Bumrah, Siraj, and obviously the 2 spinners in Jadeja and Ashwin.
A lot has changed since India left the English shores in September after a spate of COVID cases hit the Indian camp. Both the sides will have new captains, with Ben Stokes taking over as England skipper and Brendan McCullum the head coach. India have won 3 series in England and are on the cusp of a 4th one. But for that to happen, they will have to get past an English team that is high on confidence. Johnny Bairstow is in incredible form with the bat, and the fast bowling duo of Broad and Anderson will also be back against India.
I think they found themselves in a couple of situations where they had their backs to the wall, or they were a couple of wickets away from potentially losing a test match, but they were able to fight back really well from those positions and found players who were able to perform under pressure and get the job done. So yes, I mean, credit to them, they've played well, but we're pretty confident as well. I think we believe we've been playing some very good cricket and positive cricket over the last few years.
England recently turned the tables on New Zealand at home with a fresh brand of cricket, but India may not be an easy proposition for them, considering the bowling resources that India have. For India, who would have preferred to head into the test with better preparation, it will be a historic moment if they upstage England. Sports Bureau, India Today.
And that's all we have time for you in this edition of First Up. Stay with us here on India Today. I'll be joining you with the headlines from the India Today newsroom in just a bit.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls. Co-powered by Philips Beard Trimmer, adapts to you. In association with Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, getting you a roundup of all the top stories that we're tracking this Friday morning. We're focusing particularly on what's playing out in Maharashtra. What can you expect from day one of the Shinde Sarkar? That and much more coming your way. Let's begin with the headlines. Rebel Shinde takes the oath as Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Fadnavis becomes his deputy. The new government plans to reverse Aarey government's decision and shift the metro car shed back to Aarey colony. One symbol, one party, two claimants. The war between the Shinde camp and the Uddhav camp over who's the real Shiv Sena rages on. Shinde all set to claim party symbol. Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut set to appear before the Enforcement Directorate today in the Patrachal land scam case after skipping last two summons. Rains wreak havoc in Mumbai. Waterlogged roads, drains choked, Andheri subway station shut. It's the same old story year after year. Explosive interrogation details emerge in the horrific Kanhaiya beheading case. The killers were part of a WhatsApp group with Pak radicals. Gehlot government removes Udaipur SP and IG. And floods wreak havoc in the northeast. Over 30 lakh affected in Assam. Unprecedented downpour and landslides in Arunachal. Parts of Bihar also inundated. In a twist that no one saw coming yesterday, Eknath Shinde was named as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra and Devendra Fadnavis as his deputy, the Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra. And they held their first cabinet meeting. While the rebel MLAs are holed up in Goa, they will be returning to Mumbai on Saturday, so that's tomorrow, and there's going to be a triumphant welcome for them. In their first cabinet meeting, it was decided that a special session of the Maharashtra Assembly will be held on 2nd and 3rd July. The election of the Speaker will be held on the first day of the session. Eknath Shinde is also going to be seeking for a trust vote to prove and show off that he has the numbers. Chief Minister Shinde returned to Goa last night and he was accorded a warm welcome by Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant as well as all of the MLAs who have been backing him. Let's take this across to Saurabh Vakania. He's joining us live from Mumbai, from Matushri, with more details on this. Saurabh, good morning. A decision that no doubt has left Uddhav Thackeray fuming but also cornered. Eknath Shinde being named as the Chief Minister is clearly an attempt by the BJP and the Shinde Sena to ensure that more Shiv Senics, more MLAs, the few that are left with Uddhav Thackeray, also switch sides. Having a bit of a problem there with Saurabh's connection. We'll reconnect with him to get those updates on the messaging behind Eknath Shinde being named as the Chief Minister and also the steps that he's taken so far. He's back in Goa, interestingly, and the images also that we'll be putting out on our screens shows the kind of welcome that he received from all of the MLAs who've been on his side for the last 10 days. Now, in the last few years, one of the biggest controversies, one of the biggest talking points in Maharashtra was the metro car shed project that was set to be put up in the Aarey colony. The Uddhav Thackeray government had overturned that decision, and in the first big move, the Shinde government has gone ahead and struck down Uddhav Thackeray's decision to move the metro car project out of Aarey. According to sources, the Maharashtra government is relocating this project back to Aarey colony. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and his deputy Devendra Fadnavis in their first cabinet meeting held after assuming power on Thursday took this key decision. Fadnavis has directed the Urban Development Department officials to bring forth a proposal for bringing back the car shed project at Aarey. This proposal will be submitted before the cabinet. Remember that back on November 29th, 2019, former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray had overturned Fadnavis's decision of building the car shed at Aarey. Soon after the MVA government came to power, the 812 acres of land in Aarey was declared as a reserve forest, meaning it cannot be touched. And joining us now on this broadcast are two activists who had fought this very campaign, who had ensured that the metro car project was moved out of Aarey colony 2 years back. It's back in focus now. Joining me is Stalin Dayanand, the activist, also Zoru Batena, who's joining us on this broadcast. Good morning to both of you. Stalin, I'd like to begin with you. Do you feel it's back to square one? You had led this massive movement against the metro car project being put up in the Aarey colony. It was finally shifted out. Now, Eknath Shinde and Fadnavis plan to move it back.
Yes, definitely it is back to square one. But the fact is that it is back to square one with a different revelation altogether. Today, we know that the builders of Mumbai control the infrastructure projects and the land parcels in Mumbai. So that is the difference. Today, we know which builder was after which land and why Mr. Fadnavis started dancing to a different tune. Now we all know it. Let people know the truth. We will bring out the truth. We have brought it out earlier also. We will reinforce it and we will show the people the truth. Why all this drama has been played out. It is strange that one builder or some builders can come together and topple a government. The Aarey land, let us be very clear, the Aarey land, Mr. Fadnavis, even today if you ask him, he will say it is 33 hectares of land which they need for the metro car shed. The car shed cannot be built there because there is less than 12 hectares of land available. The rest is covered by trees, the trees which are protected by an honorable Supreme Court order. And now the fact is that the actual transfer of the land to the MMRCL, the company which is making the metro car shed, is not 33 but 65 hectares. So there is a huge game going on here, which Mr. Fadnavis thinks that will be swept under the carpet using his Shinde Sena. So we will try and bring the truth out. There's little we can do beyond that. We will tell people the truth and we will start our fight again. That's all I would have to say.
Zoru, are you ready again to start off the campaign? Is there going to be again a massive movement like we saw in 2019 where, we had so many Mumbaikars joining the social media campaign, also hitting the streets, staging protests in Aarey? Is that all going to come back?
This entire campaign from day one has been about the lies of the Fadnavis government. And right up to 2019, the people have seen through these lies. That is why people have come out. They have realized that saving Aarey was just not about saving trees. It is about saving a forest, saving an environment from from absolute lies. Fortunately or unfortunately, when the Thackeray government came into power, they decided to move the metro depot out of Aarey, and Mr. Fadnavis continued to put spokes in the wheel through the union government by claiming that the alternate site was a salt pan and all sorts of other nonsense. These are absolute lies. From day one, alternate sites have been available and feasible, but Mr. Fadnavis just doesn't want to take the depot out of Aarey for reasons best known to him, and Mumbaikars have seen through these lies, and we hope that everybody comes together and sees through his lies even today.
The BJP, Stalin, has defended this project right through. In 2019, now clearly they're still for it. And their contention has been that, yes, trees will be cut down. 2,200 trees, they're saying, will be cut down. But in response, we're also planting nearly 13,000 trees afresh. So they're saying that there's no question of, the tree cover being completely removed.
It's not only about the trees, like Zoru said, it's about a forest. And the fact is that Mr. Fadnavis found in 2016 himself said that this car shed should go to Kanjurmarg. His government even submitted a drawing to the High Court. Today, he's come back here again. I'm telling you, this is only because of the builders. Nothing else. 13,000 trees, it's absolute buncombe. The original figure was 25,000 trees, which we exposed. Please, I will take you and your reporter to the site and show you what is the condition. Not even 2,000 saplings have been planted, and saplings cannot replace trees. Let us then again not get sucked into this argument of trees versus forest. It is a forest. The polluting industry cannot come up next to a river. That's the law. The law does not allow you to set up this car shed in this area. And there is so much of wildlife which has been documented in this area. The studies will come out, and this area is nothing but a part of a contiguous forest which is next to the national park. So this is again, I'm telling you, these narratives start floating out. Now there are a lot of unemployed IT cell graduates who are waiting to bombard the public with lies. We will combat it with the truth, with the documents, not rhetorics.
That's the point, Zoru. If I could bring you in on that also. In 2019, when you and so many other activists had hit the streets, protested against this, the BJP referred to it as a conspiracy, said that, lies are being spread, that this is going to be harmful to the environment, that the Aarey colony and the forest that is there is going to be wiped out. And they've maintained that nothing of the sort is going to happen, which is essentially going to be their defense now as well.
The basic issue is very clear. A depot is where the metro trains park at night, where they get repaired, where they get washed, where they get painted. It is not an integral part of the metro line. The depot can be built anywhere. It doesn't need to be built at this particular spot, which is not only a forest, it's a floodplain of the Mithi River. It's a very integral part of the environment of Mumbai. In Mumbai itself, we have a perfect example. We have a recently commissioned Metro 7 line, which is on the Western Express Highway of Mumbai. It has started about 6 months ago. It does not have a depot. From the day it was built, there was no depot available. So they decided to merge it and integrate it with the adjoining Metro 2 line and use a common depot, which is exactly what is possible and feasible even for the Metro 3 line. There is simply no need to build this depot at Aarey. It can easily be moved elsewhere. It can be easily merged with other depots. And there is no need to destroy the environment for Mr. Fadnavis' ego.
Okay. Mr. Zoru and Stalin, thank you very much for joining us here on this broadcast. Two activists who've ensured and fought against this metro car shed project in the Aarey colony are saying that we will once again reignite our agitation if the government goes ahead with this proposal of shifting the metro car project back to Aarey. Also, let me take this across to Mr. Mahesh Tapsi of the NCP, who's joining us on this broadcast. Mr. Tapsi, good morning. What do you make of this particular move? One of the first big decisions that's been taken by the Shinde Sarkar is that they're planning to bring forth a proposal to shift the metro car project back to Aarey colony.
Well, good morning to you and to your viewers. It is a shocking development, and absolutely, why Mr. Devendra Fadnavis is so keen to get the metro car shed back to Aarey. Although the entire Aarey region has been designated as a reserved forest by the previous government, and this is where the bone of contention had started when Shiv Sena opposed the construction of metro car shed in the Aarey region and proposed that it should be shifted to Kanjur Marg. When the MBA government came in power, the same thing happened. There was deliberation on the same thing, and there was difference of opinion between the center and the state. But however, CM Uddhav Thackeray was very keen that it should not happen in Aarey. A lot of people have agitated, social activists, NGOs, political leaders, they came, and the way the trees were cut, almost 3,000 trees stand to be cut for the development, and this is exactly what has not gone correct with the citizens of Mumbai. And people at large are supporting the Save the Tree movement, and there seems to be some design to this. I do not know. I will make a comment on this slightly later in the day. But why Mr. Devendra Fadnavis is so keen to shift the entire metro project back in Aarey? There are news, there are reports. However, I'll confirm that a little later in the day. That is this done all at the behest of some builders? So this is also coming to life. So we don't know, but we will definitely find out and make an official comment on this slightly later in the day.
Yeah,
another scheme which was so much criticized by the Comptroller and Auditor General of India is the Jal Yukt Shivar scheme, in which was a multi-crore scheme, and the government found irregularities in that, and it was highly criticized by the CAG. The same scheme seems to have restarted. Now, why? These two decisions have been taken by the cabinet yesterday, by the CM and the DCM yesterday, and Mr. Devendra Fadnavis, who was known to initiate this Jal Yukt Shivar scheme and the metro project itself, he seems to be really pushing this slightly ahead.
Mr. Tapse, you know, the BJP all along in 2019, now clearly the defense is going to be this, that there's been, you know, a conspiracy by the NCP, the Shiv Sena, the Congress to kind of spread misinformation about the Metro car shed project in Aarey. And their contention is this, that yes, trees will be cut down, that 2,200 trees will be cut down, but we're planting 13,000 saplings.
Planting 13,000 saplings, when the saplings will grow, that is another issue. But Aarey region is known as the green lungs of Mumbai. So that is the only green patch which is in the Mumbai, and it also houses about 27 Adivasi villages in the area. So what is the scheme for those displaced Adivasis? So government has no answer on that, but it has some design. And why Mr. Devendra Fadnavis is seeking that there is an alternate place available. Kanjur Marg is an alternate destination where it is absolutely available, and the feasibility study had already been done for Kanjur Marg. So he has an option. Why to destroy the lungs of Mumbai?
Okay, Mr. Mahesh Tapse, thank you very much for joining us here on India Today and sharing what your party has to say about the first big decision that's been taken by the Shinde Sarkar. The Aarey colony, which has of course been talked about, is referred to and touted as the green lung of Mumbai. The metro car shed project is going to be shifted back into Aarey colony. But let's focus on the politics that played out yesterday that culminated with Eknath Shinde being named as the chief minister. It came out of nowhere. Nobody expected it and was referred to as BJP's political googly. Eknath Shinde is the chief minister, Devendra Fadnavis, the deputy chief minister.
Eknath Sambhaji Shinde, ईश्वर साक्ष शपथ घेतो की
a googly within a coup, within a coup. Shiv Sena rebel Eknath Shinde taking oath as Chief Minister of Maharashtra. But what stole the thunder was the appointment of former Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis of the BJP as his deputy, especially as it came after hours of suspense.
Devendra Gangadhar Rao Fadnavis, ईश्वर साक्ष शपथ घेतो की.
The first bombshell was dropped shortly after 4 p.m. when Fadnavis announced the new chief minister would be Shinde. Seconds later, he dropped another bombshell.
मैं इस सरकार को पूरे तरीके से सहयोग करूंगा. मैं सरकार के बाहर रहूंगा.
But over 2 hours later, BJP President JP Nadda addressed the media, saying the party leadership had directed Fadnavis to join the government.
सरकार में पदभार संभालना चाहिए. केंद्र ने इस बात को निर्देशित किया है कि देवेंद्र जी उप मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में डिप्टी चीफ मिनिस्टर के रूप में कार्यभार संभालें और महाराष्ट्र की जनता और महाराष्ट्र की लोगों की जो आकांक्षाएं हैं उसको पूरा करने के लिए पूरी ताकत लगाएं।
Minutes later, Nadda reiterated the message in a tweet, saying Fadnavis has shown a large heart and will indeed be joining the Shinde Sarkar. Home Minister Amit Shah too took to Twitter with a similar message. The Raj Bhavan, where hectic preparations were on for the oath ceremony, went into a tizzy. Initially, 2 chairs were on the dais, one for the governor and the other for the chief minister-elect. All speculation on Fadnavis joining the government ended when a third kursi was added to the podium. Moments after the oath ceremony, Fadnavis also tweeted saying a directive from the party is paramount and he's obeying it. The Shinde-Fadnavis Jugalbandi has started on a faltering note. While Shinde remains in the driver's seat, will Fadnavis wield the remote control? Or will Delhi be pulling the real strings? As they say in Mumbai, picture abhi baki hai. Bureau Report, India Today.
So in a completely unexpected move, Eknath Shinde is now the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. And here's all that you need to know about Shinde's political journey. He started off as an auto rickshaw driver. And after overcoming several personal tragedies, he's reached where he has now as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra.
From an auto rickshaw driver in Thane to the Chief Minister of India's wealthiest state, Eknath Shinde's ride to the top was not a smooth one by any stretch of imagination. Shinde was struck by tragedy when his political career was taking shape. He lost 2 of his children in a tragic accident. His 11-year-old son Deepesh and 7-year-old daughter Shubhda drowned in front of his eyes in Satara. After the accident, Shinde became a recluse and contemplated quitting politics. But his mentor Anand Dighe, Shiv Sena's mass leader from Thane, convinced him to remain in active politics. Dighe gave Shinde a seat in the Thane municipal body. When Dighe died, the mantle to build Sena in Thane fell on Shinde. In 2004, Balasaheb Thackeray gave him a ticket in the assembly elections. Shinde won. Loyalty is what served Shinde the most. He was loyal to Dighe. He was loyal to Balasaheb. And later he was loyal to Uddhav Thackeray when Balasaheb anointed the son his successor. When political heavyweights like Raj Thackeray and Narayan Rane rebelled and quit the party, Shinde stuck by Uddhav's side, bringing crowds to Sena rallies and ensuring the party writ ran in Thane and Navi Mumbai. And he was rewarded for that. Shinde was picked to be the leader of opposition and later urban development minister in his government by Uddhav. The word is that Shinde was Uddhav's nominee to be the CM when Sharad Pawar torpedoed the move and convinced the Shiv Sena chief to take up the job in 2019. Shinde's revolt naturally stunned Uddhav, especially when it came just days after the rebel had accompanied Aditya Thackeray to Ayodhya. Shinde's rise to the top stunned even his family. This when his only surviving son, Shrikant, is a member of parliament.
आनंद होता एवढ्या वर्ष साहेबांनी कष्ट केले संघटना वाढवली आनंद होता बहुत ज्यादा खुश आप बताओ कितनी खुशी हो रही है
बहुत हम लोग बता भी नहीं सकते इतनी खुशी हुई है हम लोग
पहले तो विश्वास नहीं हुआ लेकिन अभी कंफर्म बहुत अच्छा लगा
जैसा तुम्हारा चैनल के माध्यम से सीएम बन रहे हैं तो जैसा मैंने घर में बताया ये अभिनंदन किया भाभी का कि अपना भाई मुख्यमंत्री बन गए
crafty politician that he is, Shinde would know he has got a crown of thorns. But then, Shinde has weathered many storms to reach the summit. The auto driver turned politician's ability to navigate the roadblocks will decide how long he stays there. Bureau Report, India Today.
So Uddhav Thackeray has lost the CM throne. He can't afford to sit back and sulk. He now has to fight it out with everything he's got for the Shiv Sena. Eknath Shinde staked claim clearly to be referred to as Shiv Sena Bala Sahib, a move that was taken on by Uddhav Thackeray, who said he's the true heir of Bala Sahib.
Shinde wins the Game of Thrones. Uddhav's Sarkar falls like a pack of cards. While wrinkles of government formation have been ironed out, another war will continue. One symbol, one party, two claimants. Both Shinde Sena and Uddhav Sena are at loggerheads over who is the real Sena. And this battle will be fought before Election Commission. Eknath Shinde's camp is all set to claim the Shiv Sena party symbol, the bow and arrow.
शिवसेना आपलीच आहे. शिवसेना कधीही आपल्यापासून कोणी हिरावून घेऊ शकत नाही. अजिबात नाही. ना शिवसेना हिरावून घेऊ शकत, ना तुमच्यापासून आम्हाला ठाकरे कुटुंबियांना कोणी हिरावून घेऊ शकत.
बाला साहब ठाकरे, इनकी शिवसेना हम लोग आगे ले जा रहे हैं. बाला साहब जी का हिंदुत्व जो है, इससे हम लोग आगे ले जा रहे हैं.
Shinde has made it a point to pay respects to Bala Saheb Thackeray. After becoming CM, he changed his Twitter profile picture to one with the Sena Supremo. Shinde camp has hailed his nomination as CM as a tribute to Bala Saheb.
आज उन्होंने शिवसेना प्रमुख बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के एक सैनिक को एक सपोर्ट किया है. इसलिए मैं आदरणीय पंतप्रधान नरेंद्र जी मोदी साहब को धन्यवाद देता हूं, उनका आभार मानता हूं.
Uddhav Sena has time and again hit back at the Shinde camp over Shiv Sena's legacy, with Sanjay Raut leading the way.
ते राज्य छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांचं, शाहू फुले, आंबेडकर, बाळासाहेब ठाकरे, यशवंतराव चव्हाण अशा अनेक महान लोकांनी राज्य घडवायला खूप मोठे श्रम आणि कष्ट घेतले. त्यांचा विचारांचा वारसा घेऊन राज्य पुढे चाललं होतं. पण शेवटी हे सरकार पाडण्यासाठी पहिल्या दिवसापासून प्रयत्न सुरू होते आणि ते कोणत्या प्रकारे प्रयत्न सुरू होते वारंवार आम्हाला लक्षात येत होतं.
For either camp, the fight for the real Shiv Sena will be an uphill task. The fight will be decided by the Election Commission. Bureau Report, India Today.
And all of Uddhav's enemies are celebrating the fact that he is no longer Chief Minister. Kangana Ranaut issued a video statement mocking Uddhav Thackeray. She's, of course, had endless showdowns with his Sarkar in the last few years. And then there was Uddhav's estranged cousin Raj Thackeray, who said that luck can only take you so far.
और जब शिवसेना ही हनुमान चालीसा को बैन कर दे तो उन्हें तो फिर शिव भी नहीं बचा सकते.
Annihilated Kangana Ranaut hitting out at her enemy number one, Uddhav Thackeray, after he stepped down as Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Kangana, who's faced the ire of the Mahavikas Aghadi government, released a statement hours after Uddhav resigned, taking him on for being anti-Hindutva.
2020 में मैंने कहा था कि लोकतंत्र एक विश्वास है और सत्ता के घमंड में आकर जो इस विश्वास को तोड़ता है उसका घमंड टूटना भी निश्चित है. और ये किसी व्यक्ति विशेष की कोई शक्ति नहीं है, ये शक्ति है एक सच्चे चरित्र की. और दूसरी बात, हनुमान जी को शिव का 12वां अवतार माना जाता है और जब शिवसेना ही हनुमान चालीसा को बैन कर दे तो उन्हें तो फिर शिव भी नहीं बचा सकते।
Kangana is just one among the many Uddhav betas who are celebrating the Shinde coup that's led to Uddhav losing his CM seat in Maharashtra. Uddhav's estranged cousin, MNS Chief Raj Thackeray, also took a dig, saying luck is not equal to accomplishment. Clearly attributing Uddhav becoming the chief minister for 2.5 years as nothing but sheer luck.
मुंबई जा रहा हूँ सर कोणाला भेटायला सब एमएलएस नाही गए सर मुंबईला मी जातो आहे राज्यपाल महोदयांना भेटायला सर सब एमएलएस नहीं गए सर सब एमएलए यहाँ पर है और आगे बताएंगे।
Uddhav has a tough battle ahead, a battle in which he could potentially lose everything. The battle for the Shiv Sena legacy and the symbol. But the Shinde Sena has maintained they have nothing personal against Uddhav, reiterating their opposition to the NCP Congress alliance.
उन्होंने ऐसा बोला था कि अगर एक भी एमएलए शिवसेना का आके मुझसे इस्तीफा मांगे तो मैं अपना इस्तीफा दे दूंगा, लेकिन एक भी एमएलए मांगने के लिए नहीं गया क्योंकि हम लोग उनको बहुत चाहते हैं। इसके बावजूद भी जब पवार साहब वापस आ गए तो उनका वो जो ये था स्टैंड था उसमें चेंज हो गई और एक लीगल बैटल चालू हो गई महाराष्ट्र में।
Uddhav's detractors are having the last laugh now as Shinde's coup so far has been a successful one. But can Uddhav salvage the Shiv Sena, or will he lose everything a Thackeray stands for in this Maha power battle? Bureau Report, India Today.
And Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut, who's been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, will finally appear before the central agency today. This is the third summon that's been issued by the ED to Sanjay Raut. He skipped the previous ones, and today, if he didn't appear before the ED, he would have faced arrest. So Sanjay Raut has confirmed that he will be appearing before the agency at 12 noon. In his tweet, Raut said he will cooperate with the investigation and also appealed to Shiv Sena workers not to gather at the ED office. The Enforcement Directorate wants to question Sanjay Raut in an alleged money laundering case linked to the redevelopment of the Patra Chawl in Mumbai's Goregaon. The ED had attached properties worth crores related to Raut's aide, Praveen Raut. Assets worth around 2 crores belonging to Sanjay Raut's wife Varsha has also been attached in this land scam case. Some of Raut's properties have also been attached by the ED. The central agency in all claimed proceeds to crime worth 83 crore rupees allegedly went to Sanjay Raut's wife. Now, the reason that Raut has said he will cooperate with the investigation is also because of the fact that he could be arrested by the central agency for not cooperating if he didn't turn up today.
आपने मेरे खिलाफ ईडी लगाया, सीबीआई लगाया, मैं जेल जाऊंगा ना, आप मुझे अरेस्ट कर सकते हो। अभी मैं बैठा हूँ शिवसेना भवन में, आप आइए, अरेस्ट करो, मुझे बुलाओ कब आना है, मैं जाऊंगा।
गिरफ्तार होने के लिए आप तैयार हैं?
डेफिनेटली, क्यों नहीं। अगर आप गलत तरीके से कुछ करना चाहते हो मेरी पार्टी को खत्म करने के लिए और उसके लिए आपको मेरा बलि देना है, बलि चढ़ाना है। हजारों लोग हमारे शिवसेना में इस तरह से उनका बलिदान है इस पार्टी के लिए।
So even as we're seeing all of this political bickering taking the focus in Maharashtra, the city of Mumbai is struggling with heavy rains lashing the city overnight. That's right, this monsoon again, it's the same story of a deluge of waterlogging, of traffic snarls, as authorities clearly have done nothing to ensure that this doesn't happen this time around. An orange alert has been issued by the Met Department as heavy rains lashed several parts of the city. Train and bus services were also badly hit briefly. Several parts of Mumbai, including the usual casualties of Kurla, Chembur, Sion, Dadar and Andheri, witnessed heavy rainfall. Waterlogging was reported in several low-lying areas due to the first heavy downpour of the season. The Andheri subway in the western suburbs, which was closed due to water overflow, has now been opened up by the BMC. The civic apathy comes amid this political crisis, and again Mumbaikars ask if nobody cares enough to do something about this situation. Let's take this across to Saurabh Akhtania. He's reporting live from Andheri in Mumbai. Saurabh, Andheri, one of those parts in Mumbai which has been badly affected is what we're hearing. There's been reports of waterlogging also coming in. The Andheri subway station was also closed briefly.
Well, absolutely, Akshita. And like you said, years after years, things don't change for Mumbaikars during monsoon. And since yesterday it was raining very heavily, and what the Met Department is clearly saying that today also it is going to rain very heavily and extreme rainfall at isolated places. We are right now present outside Andheri subway. Right now, currently the waterlogging is not over here. But let me tell you, yesterday night, there was so much waterlogging at this particular place that complete vehicular movement was completely shut down. The water had also gone inside the shops nearby, and people faced a lot of problems. I spoke to some of the shopkeepers. They said that they were sleeping inside the shop, and when water started to come in, and that's when the BMC and police officials came and rescued them. And this is the situation of Mumbaikar every monsoon. Currently speaking, Akshita, the local trains on Central, Western and Harbour are running smoothly, and there are few places in the low-lying area where still there is waterlogging. But let me tell you, the weather department has clearly said, like I can also see right now, that in some time it is going to start raining heavily once again. So clearly the predictions given by the weather department that even today there will be moderate to heavy and extreme heavy rainfall at isolated places, and which will create a lot of problem for Mumbaikars on a usual working day.
Saurabh, also give us updates on whether public transport, etc., is functioning normally, because there has been some reports suggesting that early this morning a lot of the public transport services were also hit because of the waterlogging.
Absolutely, Akshita. Let me tell you that trains were badly hit at the Harbour line, but currently the local trains at Harbour line also working smoothly. The areas like Dadar, Kurla, Sion, on those routes there were heavy water logging. Therefore, lot of traffic diversions have been done. The normal public transport was badly hit in this area, but currently there is still water logging in some part of Kurla and Chembur, and therefore the traffic diversion has been done. But having said that, the Met Department has clearly predicted that more heavy rainfall is expected in the city of Mumbai today, which will definitely create problem for Mumbaikars, because no lessons learned. BMC elections are nearby, but you can see the current situation of Mumbai, that things don't change for Mumbaikars on ground.
Right, Saurabh, we'll keep tracking the latest. Thanks for the moment for joining us with that ground report from Andheri. I'm slipping into a short break here on India Today. Coming up on the other side, all the updates you need to know on the investigation into the Udaipur beheading. The accused, the killers, it's been revealed, were part of WhatsApp groups with Pakistan radicals. More on that coming up in just a bit.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Welcome back. Let's continue getting you all the updates you need to know this morning on the Udaipur beheading case and the investigation so far. Because now the anti-terror squad has revealed that the two killers, Mohammad Riaz and Mohammad Ghaus, were part of WhatsApp groups which had Pakistani radicals as well. The anti-terror squad has recovered two blood-stained weapons from the possession of the accused. These weapons were recovered from the office of an aide who is linked to Mohammad Riaz and Mohammad Ghaus. Both accused have been sent to judicial custody till July 13th. In this WhatsApp group with Pakistan radicals, after the remarks of Nupur Sharma and Prophet Muhammad, the members of the group referred to and talked about taking revenge and doing something big. The role of Kanhaiya's neighbour is also now under the lens. Chief Minister Gehlot had visited the kin of Kanhaiya Lal in Udaipur on Thursday. Devankur is joining us live with more details on this. Dev, we hear that the two killers have now been shifted to a high-security prison in Ajmer because of some intel suggesting a threat to their lives.
Well, that's true, Akshita. When the two accused, Mohammad Riaz and Ghaus Mohammad, were produced in the Udaipur court yesterday, at that point in time, there were several intelligence personnel stationed out there, and the crowd that was there got really hostile, and there were abuses that were hurled at the two accused. There were attempts made to, try to grab them, to try to pull them out of the bus. In fact, we witnessed, even the visuals show that when the bus that was taking them from the court towards the jail, it was chased by several people, and, there was a clear and present danger to their lives. And based on the intel, what we are given to understand is that late in the night, it was decided that the duo will be shifted to the Ajmer Central Jail. They are already in judicial custody till July 13. The NIA can take their custody after, producing a production warrant in the court. The course of the investigation that the National Investigation Agency is conducting is currently based in Udaipur, so perhaps they can still stay in Udaipur for some more time and thereafter shift base to Delhi along with the two accused, where the two of them can be subjected to intensive interrogation. As far as the family is concerned, they have demanded that the entire people who were responsible for this heinous act should be brought to book at the earliest.
Okay, Dave, thank you for getting us all of those updates. Let's also focus on the kind of protests that have rocked the country over this incident. There's palpable anger, particularly in the streets of Udaipur, over the beheading of 40-year-old Kanhaiya Lal. His family has demanded that the culprits, that the two killers, be hanged, a sentiment that's been echoed by many of the protesters also on the ground.
He was threatened, brutally attacked, butchered, and finally beheaded. The butchers celebrating the ghastly crime. The decapitating of Hindu tailor Kanhaiya Lal by two Islamist radicals has sparked massive outrage across the nation. Effigies were burnt, massive sloganeering erupted, and a massive crowd made mega chorus for justice. Thousands of angry protesters hit the streets, raising slogans, demanding justice, and marching under heavy security. Protests erupted in several cities across the country, including Udaipur, Khargone, Jhajjar, Meerut, Aligarh, and Hyderabad, where protesters sought action against the jihadis who beheaded Kanhaiya for backing Nupur Sharma. Mega protests erupted in Hyderabad by Hindu outfits, VHP and Bajrang Dal, where effigies of jihadis were burnt at the state government office. India Today reached where the Islamist radicals had made celebratory videos after beheading Kanhaiya.
इसके अंदर बैठकर उसने वीडियो बनाया था। वो वीडियो जो आज पूरे हिंदुस्तान में वायरल हो चुका है कन्हैयालाल की हत्या के बाद, इसी में बैठकर रियाज और गौस इसी शॉप में बैठकर वो वीडियो बनाया था।
Facing flack over his police denying security for the Hindu tailor despite repeated threats by Islamist radicals, CM Ashok Gehlot met the family, offering a 50 lakh ex gratia amount. He surprisingly lauded his police, saying it did a good job, arresting the killers. The family, however, rooted for justice.
हमारी पुलिस ने, एसओजी ने अच्छा काम किया। एक तरफ हत्यारों को पकड़ लिया और दूसरी तरफ मालूम कर लिया कि इनका अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संगठनों से संबंध है। मेन बात ये, इसलिए नेशनल इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसी है ये पिक्चर के अंदर।
जैसे मारा वैसे उनको मारना, मेरे मामा को जस्टिस दो, we want justice, मेरे मामा।
The NIA, which is grilling Mohammad Riaz and Mohammad Ghoz, suspects that ISIS videos were used to radicalize them. Their mobiles are being put to forensic test to establish links with Pakistan-based Dawat-e-Islami. With Arvind Ojha and Devankur Vadhavan in Udaipur, Bureau Report, India Today.
And in our next report, we focus on the monsoon mayhem in the northeast. Assam, Arunachal and Manipur badly hit because of heavy flooding that have been reported in the states. It's also led to a sizable death toll. And it's not just these states. The likes of Madhya Pradesh and Bihar also reeling with the floods.
Nature's fury is wreaking havoc across eastern India. From Assam, Arunachal Pradesh and Manipur in the northeast region to Bihar and Madhya Pradesh in the east. People are reeling under monsoon mayhem. Large parts of Assam has been severely inundated. The death toll in the state has risen to over 150 in nearly 3 months, and the spate of floods and landslides do not appear to stop.
ये पर तो सारा घर खराब हो गया बांध की वजह से। घर में रहने के लिए जगह नहीं है, पीने के लिए पानी नहीं है, खाने के लिए थोड़ा थोड़ा सामान बचा था।
This deluge has left over 30 lakh people across 26 districts of Assam affected.
32 villages have been affected by this flood. See, a lot of children, kids, elderly people are there which have been rescued by Indian Army, and this operation is continuously, they are doing it continuously from the morning till evening, and sometimes if call comes, emergency call comes from in the night, they also rescue operations in the night.
Yeah, good.
The story is not different in Arunachal Pradesh. Unprecedented downpour created havoc, leading to landslides and dead bodies piling.
यहाँ पर आदमी बहुत आना जाना होता है। अभी ये गिरने का वजह से पूरा ये ना आदमी भी अभी आ नहीं सक रहे हैं। ऐसे उस तरफ वाला लोग उधर ही बैठ गया। इन केस फिर कोई बीमार होने से फिर यहाँ में आने के भी बहुत तकलीफ होगा ना अभी।
While in Manipur, the inclement weather led to a landslide at the company location of the Indian Army's 107 Territorial Army. 3 soldiers of Territorial Army and 5 civilians have been rescued, while the mortal remains of 7 soldiers and 1 civilian have been recovered so far. Meanwhile, many parts of Bihar are underwater. Those residing near riverbanks are fearful of losing their homes. The water level in many rivers is above the danger mark, and the state is on high alert.
एक जगह है इमरती कटरवा, वहाँ पे बांध बन गया है, जिसकी वजह से पिछले साल इंटरनेशनल कनाल दोन कनाल को भी इशू हुआ था। तो इस बार हम लोग उस बांध को कंप्लीट करवा चुके हैं और हम आशा करते हैं कि इस बार वहाँ पे कोई परेशानी नहीं होना चाहिए।
Heavy rainfalls has also lashed Madhya Pradesh. The Met Department issued an orange alert warning of heavy to very heavy rainfall in 10 districts of Madhya Pradesh. Same story of flood fury every year across states. Shockingly, flood management remains low priority for authorities. Bureau Report, India Today.
And with that detailed report, I'm slipping into a short break here on India Today. Do stay with us. Coming up on the other side, we're getting you a special preview of the 5th Test match between India and England.
Who will capture Maharashtra and Mumbai?
2022's biggest political meltdown
Big breaking news that's coming in this morning.
began with India Today's news break.
Rumours and reports coming in of a rebellion within Shiv Sena.
Uncompromising on every twist and turn.
This meeting between NCP leaders and Shiv Sena leaders has been on.
Now they are entering the Surat airport.
Poster war now begins.
Chandrakant Patil come and join the Eknath Shinde camp.
अपने बाप के नाम पर पार्टी बनाओ.
Now Shiv Sena is playing on the front foot.
The 3 days time has been given.
Devendra Fadnavis with governor.
The rebel MLAs, they will be taking off for Goa.
India's top team misses nothing.
Everything now, all eyes where the Supreme Court is concerned.
Forget the Supreme Court, Uddhav Thackeray has decided to resign.
Relentless politics, relentless coverage. Number 1 on non-stop Maha Thriller. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
History beckons India as we square off against England in the rescheduled 5th Test match, which will happen in Edgbaston. But Rohit Sharma is not in action. He's yet to recover from COVID, which means Jasprit Bumrah will lead the Indian side.
Team India is on the cusp of a historic win. But it will take some effort for India to thump and inform England at their home. Stage is set for the rescheduled test of the 5-match series which India are currently leading 2-1. But the Indian think tank will have a lot of brainstorming to do before they take to the field at Edgbaston. Regular captain Rohit Sharma is down with COVID and his absence not only impacts the leadership group but the opening pair too. In Rohit's absence, Jasprit Bumrah will lead the team and Shubman Gill is likely to partner Cheteshwar Pujara at the top. Although Mayank Agarwal, who was flown in earlier this week, is another option. India's top order will see a bit of reshuffling with Vihari at number 3, followed by Virat Kohli and Shreyas Iyer. Another decision that India will need to make is whether to go in with Jadeja or Ashwin, or can they afford to play both the spinners.
Most of the pitches are a little bit dry at the moment. As you saw in Leeds last game, Trent Bridge the game before was just really flat, but the weather was amazing. So it has cooled down slightly, but if I was India, I would go 3 seamers, 2 spinners, with Shami, Bumrah, Siraj, and obviously the 2 spinners in Jadeja and Ashwin.
A lot has changed since India left the English shores in September after a spate of COVID cases hit the Indian camp. Both the sides will have new captains, with Ben Stokes taking over as England skipper and Brendan McCullum the head coach. India have won 3 series in England and are on the cusp of a 4th one. But for that to happen, they will have to get past an English team that is high on confidence. Johnny Bairstow is in incredible form with the bat, and the fast bowling duo of Broad and Anderson will also be back against India.
I think they found themselves in a couple of situations where they had their backs to the wall, or they were a couple of wickets away from potentially losing a test match, but they were able to fight back really well from those positions and found players who were able to perform under pressure and get the job done. So yes, I mean, credit to them, they've played well, but we're pretty confident as well. I think we believe we've been playing some very good cricket and positive cricket over the last few years.
England recently turned the tables on New Zealand at home with a fresh brand of cricket, but India may not be an easy proposition for them, considering the bowling resources that India have. For India, who would have preferred to head into the test with better preparation, it will be a historic moment if they upstage England. Sports Bureau, India Today.
And that's all we have time for on this broadcast. Stay with us here on India Today. I'll be joining you with the headlines in just a few moments.
The US is moving a resolution against India to make it a country of concern. This resolution was introduced by Ilhan Omar in the House of Representatives. A 2022 report by the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom alleges violations of human rights and religious freedom in India. The report stated that the Indian government is promoting a Hindu nationalist agenda that negatively affects all Muslims, Christians, Sikhs, Dalits, and other religious minorities. But India has rejected the report, saying it's vote bank politics in international relations. What does the resolution say? These resolutions are not legally binding, but express the collective sentiment of the House if passed. Ilhan Omar's resolution stated India's human rights violations and international religious freedom in India. It also stated that Indian government uses the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, the UAPA, and the Sedition Law to intimidate those speaking against the government. They have called upon the US Secretary of State to designate India as a country of particular concern under the International Religious Freedom Act of 1998. What is a country of particular concern? Countries of particular concern are where the government either engages in or tolerates particularly severe violations of religious freedom. This can include torture or cruel, inhuman or degrading treatment or punishment, prolonged detention without charges.
India's #1 political reporter
defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% news that matters. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday 9 p.m. Only on India Today.
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dog, no dhabba, only beautiful walls. In association with NetMeds, India की अपनी फार्मेसी, LIC, हर पल आपके साथ, जियो मार्ट, हर घर का मार्ट।
Hello and welcome. You're watching India's Agenda here on India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, getting you all the top stories that we're tracking. Let's begin with the headlines. Eknath Shinde takes oath as Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Fadnavis becomes his deputy. The new government plans to reverse the Aghadi government's decision and shift metro car shed back to Aarey colony. One symbol, one party, two claimants. The war between the Shinde camp and Uddhav camp over who's the real Shiv Sena rages on. Shinde all set to claim party symbol. Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut set to appear before the Enforcement Directorate in the Patrachol land scam case after skipping the last summon. Rains wreak havoc in Mumbai. Orange alert issued. Waterlogging on roads, drains choked. Governments come and go, but it's the same old story year after year. Big blowback of Kanhaiya Lal beheading. Gehlot government removes Udaipur SP and IG. Killers shifted to a high security jail in Ajmer as agencies probe their Pakistan link. And floods wreak havoc in the northeast. Over 30 lakh affected in Assam. Unprecedented downpour and landslides in Arunachal. Parts of Bihar also inundated. Big breaking news coming in this morning. The Uddhav faction is moving the Supreme Court again. Now, what they've in fact sought here is the suspension of the 16 rebel MLAs against whom disqualification proceedings were initiated. The matter has been mentioned for urgent hearing before the Supreme Court. So in all likelihood, it's going to be taken up today. Uddhav Thackeray making his first big move after resigning as the Chief Minister. And it's clear that he's not backing off without a fight, approaching the Supreme Court, seeking the suspension of 16 rebel MLAs. These are the same rebels, including Eknath Shinde, against whom disqualification proceedings were initiated by the Deputy Speaker based on a petition that was filed by the Uddhav Sena. Anisha Mathur is joining us live with more details on this. Anisha, good morning. The last time around this matter was brought up before the Supreme Court was to do with disqualification, powers of the Deputy Speaker, with all that's happening in Maharashtra, etc., in which the Supreme Court moved in favor of the Shinde Sena, holding off against any disqualification proceedings. How is this different from that?
Well, Akshita, good morning. A very interesting turn in the legal battle here. The Mahavikas Aghadi, through Sunil Prabhu, who is the chief whip of the Shiv Sena, who's of the Uddhav faction, has moved the Supreme Court, saying that the rebel MLAs, especially those against whom the disqualification proceedings had already been initiated, must be suspended and must be barred by the court from entering the assembly proceedings or be participating in the assembly proceedings in any manner. What Sunil Prabhu's petition now says is that it is very clear that the Shinde faction has conducted a brazen defiance of the political party, and Shinde has been awarded for his defiance of the party, for his anti-party activities, and by being rewarded by being offered the post of the Chief Minister, along with Devendra Fadnavis of the BJP as his deputy. And this indicates clearly that there were anti-party activities carried out, that Uddhav Thackeray is still the leader of the Shiv Sena.
Anisha, my apologies for interrupting. We're going to track what happens in the Supreme Court. I want to cut across for the moment to Sanjay Raut's live press conference.
शिवसेना से एक बड़ा 2/3 विधायक छूट कर गए, अलग हुए, और उसके बाद
बात ऐसी है, वो टूट फूट की बात तो पुरानी हो गई है हमारे लिए। महाराष्ट्र में एक नई सरकार आई है, जो एक गुट बना था, इस गुट के साथ भाजपा ने अलायंस किया है और गुट के नेता एकनाथ शिंदे को राज्य का मुख्यमंत्री बनाया। देश में इस प्रकार की घटनाएं बहुत बार होती है, तमिलनाडु में हुई है, उड़ीसा में भी करने की कोशिश की थी, और भी राज्यों में हुई है। राजनीति में इस प्रकार की नई बात नहीं है।
लेकिन सर जो उम्मीदें फडणवीस की, जो ऐसा कहा जा रहा है फडणवीस सीएम बनेगा, आखिरी समय तक
बात ऐसी है कि वो उनके पार्टी का अंदरूनी मामला है, किसको मुख्यमंत्री करना है किसको नहीं करना है। मैं मानता हूं कि उनकी पार्टी भी आदेश पर चलती है, हाईकमान के एक आदेश आया और फडणवीस जी ने वो स्वीकार किया।
शिंदे साहब को सीएम बनाने के पीछे एक रणनीति क्या आपको लगता है कि बीजेपी के लिए मास्टर संगठन
कोई भी हो सकता है,
संगठन को कमजोर,
देखो रणनीति हो या कूटनीति हो, हमें उससे कोई मतलब नहीं। एक सरकार महाराष्ट्र में आई है, उस सरकार को महाराष्ट्र के हित के लिए, महाराष्ट्र में कुछ अच्छा हुए इसलिए हम हमारी शुभकामनाएं देते हैं।
संगठन कमजोर होगा आपको लगता है?
मुझे नहीं लगता है कि हमारा संगठन कभी कमजोर हुआ है।
सर जो नाराज शिव सैनिक हैं, क्या अब उससे खुश हो जाएंगे?
कोई नाराज नहीं है।
एकनाथ शिंदे गुट से जो नाराज थे, जो आप कह रहे थे कि हमने उनको रोक के रखा है, क्या अब वो लोग खुश हो जाएंगे क्योंकि एकनाथ शिंदे को ही मुख्यमंत्री बनाया गया?
नहीं, ये कोई सवाल नहीं है।
सर एकनाथ शिंदे खुद को आज भी शिवसेना का ही कह रहे हैं, खुद को शिवसेना ही कह रहे हैं। अगर वो भी हिप निकालते हैं तो क्या?
जब तक वो खुद को शिवसेना का ही कहेंगे तब तक उनको मुख्यमंत्री पद पर रखा जाएगा।
राउत साहब, क्या वजह है कि एकनाथ शिंदे जी को भाजपा के केंद्रीय नेतृत्व ने सीएम किया है?
तो उनका मामला है, उनके पार्टी के विधायक 120 126 है, वो निर्णय लेंगे किसको मुख्यमंत्री करना है नहीं करना है। मुझे लगता है इस प्रकार से कोई डील पहले से हुई होगी, इसलिए ये रिस्क एकनाथ शिंदे जी ने उठाई। लेकिन अब एक सरकार अगर बनी है तो उसके ऊपर चर्चा करना फजूल की बात है।
So that is the live briefing by Sanjay Raut, Shiv Sena MP, who is in fact conceding that yes, now there's a new government, but that they will continue to fight with regards to the power and the identity of the Shiv Sena. So the new Maharashtra government under Eknath Shinde has now taken charge. Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis have held their first cabinet meeting. Remember, only the two of them have been sworn in so far. While the rebel MLAs are still in Goa, they'll be returning to Mumbai tomorrow is what we're hearing, and there's going to be a grand homecoming for them. In their first cabinet meeting, it was decided that a special session of the Maharashtra Assembly will be held on the 2nd and 3rd of July. That's tomorrow and day after, so over the weekend essentially. The election of the Speaker will be held on the first day of the session. Eknath Shinde will also be seeking for a trust vote to ensure that he reiterates he has the numbers. Chief Minister Shinde returned to Goa late last night, and he was accorded a warm welcome by Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant as well as all the MLAs who are backing him. So Eknath Shinde there on day one of him being in power in the government as the Chief Minister held a cabinet meeting. This was last night. Remember that only he and Devendra Fadnavis have been sworn in. Devendra Fadnavis as the Deputy Chief Minister. There's still a big question mark with regards to the ministerial portfolios, but we are hearing that the lion's share will go to the BJP, considering also that they've conceded the CM chair to, in fact, Eknath Shinde. The Shinde Sena also will be accommodated in the cabinet, but those details are still expected at this point on who gets what and what kind of portfolios will be distributed to whom. Tomorrow and day after, expect a lot of action because tomorrow all the rebel MLAs will be coming back to Mumbai. A special assembly session has also been convened for tomorrow and the day after that. Maushmi Singh is joining us live with more details on this. Maushmi, there's a lot of focus on what Eknath Shinde does as the Chief Minister. It was a surprise move, a bolt out of the blue, and that's why there'll be a lot more focus on what really are the priorities ahead. Tell us why the special assembly session has been convened over the weekend for tomorrow and day after. What's on the agenda?
Clearly, Akshita, the urgency is actually explained and justified by the way this entire swearing-in took place and the alliance has been formed with an entire tussle that continued for weeks. Now, the assembly session has been convened. The first priority would be because there has to be a floor test that a speaker is elected, and the election of the speaker will happen on the floor of the House. It is also being said that on the 3rd, the floor test could happen. So that will actually be the grand finale of this entire political turmoil. We can see BJP leaders who are pouring in here in Sagar. We'll try and speak to them. So, bouquets here. गुलदस्ता लेके आए हैं?
हेलो, यस, अभिनंदन करने आए, हमारे भाऊ है। महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री वही है,
एकनाथ शिंदे साहब तो है, ये भी है, बहुत अच्छा होगा, अच्छा काम होगा मैडम, बहुत ज़बरदस्त काम होगा, सारे ब्रिजेस कंप्लीट होंगे, मेट्रो शुरू हो जाएगी, काफ़ी अच्छा विकास होने वाला है बहुत जल्दी से जल्दी।
मेट्रो का उन्होंने चेंज किया है लोकेशन पर, अभी भी आप लोग को लग रहा है वो मुख्यमंत्री हैं, वो तो उप मुख्यमंत्री।
हम भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता हैं और उन्होंने इतना काम किया, 5 साल मुख्यमंत्री थे, अभी एकनाथ शिंदे साहब के साथ और अच्छा काम करेंगे मैडम।
ये देखिए आप अक्षता, people getting bouquets of flowers, but you know there are fumbles by BJP workers also that he's become the chief minister. मुख्यमंत्री ना बन के वो उप मुख्यमंत्री बने, क्या आप लोग थोड़ा निराश हैं कि संतुष्ट हैं?
नहीं, बहुत ही अच्छे हैं मैडम, बहुत सब लोग खुश है एकदम,
बहुत ही अच्छा डिसीजन है, बहुत ही अच्छा डिसीजन है, हम लोग संतुष्ट है।
काम वैसे ही होगा जैसे पहले हुआ
100%, उसमें तो कोई शक ही नहीं।
पूरी सक्रिय भूमिका निभाएंगे देवेंद्र फडणवीस?
100% निभाएंगे।
So you know Akshita, that after the entire swearing in, the BJP leaders are here, and let's speak to the BJP MP. Sir,
बोलो।
मिलने आए हैं क्या?
मिलने आए हैं,
बधाई देने आए हैं?
बधाई देने आए हैं, मिलने आए हैं, वर्धा से आए हैं।
वर्धा से आए हैं, तो क्या संदेश है?
संदेश तो ये है, सब मिलके काम करेंगे, जो 2.5 साल में पीछे गया महाराष्ट्र, उसको आगे लाने का काम है।
मुख्यमंत्री बने, मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बने फडणवीस?
वो क्या, जो आदेश है ऊपर का, वो आदेश माना है उन्होंने बस।
Right, Akshita. So you can see that leaders still pouring in at the residence of Devendra Fadnavis, the Deputy Chief Minister, and they would be gearing up for the assembly session that's going to happen tomorrow.
So the BJP and the workers there are saying that they're very content with Devendra Fadnavis being the Deputy Chief Minister. They don't really look at it as a demotion. There was a bit of concern about whether some Karyakartas would get offended over the fact that Eknath Shinde was named as the Chief Minister. But so far, all is well within the BJP camp as well over the decision and the announcement made yesterday. Maushmi, thank you for getting us that live update. Now, the Shinde government, before I get you details also about the first big move that they've made, let's focus on the rebels. Nagarjun Dwarkanath is joining us live from Panaji in Goa. Remember that the rebel MLAs, even Chief Minister Shinde, is currently in Goa. Nagarjun, good morning. We're hearing that there'll be a grand homecoming for these rebels tomorrow in Mumbai.
Well, good morning, Akshita. In fact, I just want to give you an update on the weather as well. Rain gods have shown some mercy as the commotion settled in terms of Maharashtra politics. The rain also has reduced here. And behind me is the Taj Hotel where the Chief Minister of Maharashtra is here. He landed at 1 o'clock in the night, reached the hotel by 2 a.m. and is still put up at the hotel here. So they are planning a grand welcoming party or show of strength, political show of strength. It's all symbolism. Remember, Shinde has won his battle, the battle that went on for 10 to 12 days. In the last 12 days, there was a lot of moves that was like carefully handled, like a chess match where one would talk, one would not talk. What would be the political move? And today at 11 o'clock inside the Taj property, they have a meeting as well with all the MLAs here. The Maharashtra Chief Minister will be speaking to his camp MLAs or the Shiv Sena MLAs that are holed up here. And what is the strategy for them on Saturday for the speaker election and or for also the legislative party meeting? How do they go about it, and what are the demands put forward by BJP? And did the name that Shinde of becoming Chief Minister, did they take them by shock, or did they knew it before? And what would be the next course of action? What are the plans of the government? Should there be a common minimum program? All of these things will be put forward by the in front of the MLAs, and they also would give them their suggestions. Let me show you the security also here. The local commandos have reached the hotel property, because right now we are not talking about Shinde the MLA, but we are speaking of Shinde the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. So the security too has been completely beefed up. You can see ATS Goa are located here at the Taj property. 11 o'clock is the time when we are saying there would be a meeting of all the MLAs here in Taj with the Maharashtra Chief Minister. And if everything goes well, most likely they would make their way today itself, is what we are told. But again, like, this is just a plan A. Plan B would be going in large numbers tomorrow and making the Karyakartas come to the airport and showing the show of strength that they are the real Shiv Sena. Remember, we saw just moments ago how the Supreme Court case has been filed again by Uddhav faction. So it's even more of a reason to prove a point to public or to the people that we are the real Shiv Sena, we are fighting the battle even today, and that's also being planned. So post 11 o'clock, we'll have a picture about if the MLAs are going today or tomorrow.
Okay, so we'll be tracking that meeting at 11 very closely. Nagarjun, you know, the fight for the rebels also hasn't ended with Eknath Shinde being named the Chief Minister. Uddhav Thackeray has taken this matter once again before the Supreme Court, and that itself is indicative of the fact that clearly the rebels for Eknath Shinde, the fight continues. The fight for the party now, for the Shiv Sena identity and the party symbol. Nagarjun, thanks for the moment for joining us with all of those details. Now, there's a controversy that's brewing over the Shinde government's first big move, which is to overturn former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray's decision of moving the metro car project out of Aarey colony. According to sources, the Maharashtra government is relocating the metro car shed project back at Aarey colony. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and his deputy Devendra Fadnavis in their first cabinet meeting last evening took this key decision. Fadnavis has directed the Urban Development Department officials to bring a proposal for building the car shed at Aarey before the cabinet. Former Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray had, remember, back in 2019, on November 29th, overturned Fadnavis's decision to build a car shed at Aarey. Soon after the MVA government came to power, the 812 acres of land in Aarey was declared as reserve forest. Had led this massive movement against the metro car project being put up in the Aarey colony. It was finally shifted out. Now Eknath Shinde and Fadnavis plan to move it back.
Yes, definitely it is back to square one, but the fact is that it is back to square one with a different revelation altogether. Today we know that the builders of Mumbai control the infrastructure projects and the land parcels in Mumbai. So that is the difference. Today we know which builder was after which land and why Mr. Fadnavis started dancing to a different tune. Now we all know it. Let people know the truth. We will bring out the truth. We have brought it out earlier also. We will reinforce it and we will show the people the truth. Why all this drama has been played out. It is strange that one builder or some builders can come together and topple a government. The Aarey land, let us be very clear, the Aarey land, Mr. Fadnavis, even today if you ask him, he will say it is 33 hectares of land which they need for the metro car shed. The car shed cannot be built there because there is less than 12 hectares of land available. The rest is covered by trees, the trees which are protected by an honorable Supreme Court order. And now the fact is that the actual transfer of the land to the MMRCL, the company which is making the metro car shed, is not 33 but 65 hectares. So there is a huge game going on here, which Mr. Fadnavis thinks that will be swept under the carpet using his Shinde Sena. So we will try and bring the truth out. There's little we can do beyond that. We will tell people the truth and we will start our fight again. That's all I would have to say.
Zoru, are you ready again to start off the campaign? Is there going to be again a massive movement like we saw in 2019 where, you know, we had so many Mumbaikars joining the social media campaign, also hitting the streets, staging protests in Aarey? Is that all going to come back?
This entire campaign from day one has been about the lies of the Fadnavis government. And right up to 2019, the people have seen through these lies. That is why people have come out. They have realized that saving Aarey was just not about saving trees. It is about saving a forest, saving an environment from absolute lies. Fortunately or unfortunately, when the Thackeray government came into power, they decided to move the metro depot out of Aarey, and Mr. Fadnavis continued to put spokes in the wheel through the union government by claiming that the alternate site was a salt pan and all sorts of other nonsense. These are absolute lies. From day one, alternate sites have been available and feasible. But Mr. Fadnavis just doesn't want to take the depot out of Aarey for reasons best known to him. And Mumbaikars have seen through these lies, and we hope that everybody comes together and sees through his lies even today.
So activists clearly up in arms there over the decision of bringing back the Metro Kasha project to Aarey. So one of the first few decisions, no doubt a controversial one. Let's focus on the political development so far in Maharashtra. Devendra Fadnavis dropping that massive bombshell yesterday and declaring rebel chief Eknath Shinde as the Maharashtra chief minister. And in our next report, we decode exactly what led to this Maha twist in the political thriller.
A political googly that no one saw coming. BJP leader Devendra Fadnavis dropped a last-minute bombshell declaring Eknath Sambhaji Shinde the 20th Chief Minister of Maharashtra. India Today decodes what led to this super twist to the Maha political thriller. This shatters Uddhav Sena further. The aim is to break the Shiv Sena further by making Shinde the party face for the future. Legitimizes Shinde Sena as true Shiv Sena. The BJP's move validates Shiv Sena as the real Shiv Sena. It wants to send a message that this is the Shiv Sena's government. Ensures rebels stay together. This could ensure all Shiv Sena MLAs stay with Shinde. It will cement the government's position for the next 2.5 years. Magnet for Uddhav Sena cadre. Naming Shinde as CM helps influence not just the remaining 16 MLAs from Uddhav Sena, but also the cadre to shift allegiance to the Shinde camp. Immediate eye on BMC elections. In the near term, Shinde's anointment will help the BJP take a shot at taking the BMC. Asia's richest municipal corporation when elections take place later this year. BJP's eye on 2024 assembly election. In 2024, it will be easier for the BJP to claim that the real Shiv Sena is with them. The BJP can form its own government if it wins the assembly elections in 2024. Own the legacy of Bal Thackeray. The BJP can stake claim to legacy of Bala Saheb Thackeray, who is hailed as the original Hindu Hriday Samrat. BJP looks generous without ceding power. The BJP's image took a hit in 2019 when it attempted to grab power by splitting the NCP. The move will show the BJP as a party that is willing to give up power.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की केंद्रीय टीम ने इस बात को तय किया है कि देवेंद्र जी को सरकार में आना चाहिए और सरकार में पदभार संभालना चाहिए.
And Fadnavis is being seen as a leader whose goal is to serve the people of Maharashtra only. Bureau Report, India Today.
So the man who led the rebellion against Uddhav Thackeray is now the Chief Minister of Maharashtra. From an auto rickshaw driver to the Chief Minister, from facing personal tragedies to beating all odds in the political scene, he has everything you need to know about the man who's taken the centre stage now in Maharashtra politics.
From an auto rickshaw driver in Thane to the Chief Minister of India's wealthiest state, Eknath Shinde's ride to the top was not a smooth one by any stretch of imagination. Shinde was struck by tragedy when his political career was taking shape. He lost 2 of his children in a tragic accident. His 11-year-old son Deepesh and 7-year-old daughter Shubda drowned in front of his eyes in Satara. After the accident, Shinde became a recluse and contemplated quitting politics. But his mentor Anand Dighe, Shiv Sena's mass leader from Thane, convinced him to remain in active politics. Dighe gave Shinde a seat in the Thane municipal body. When Dighe died, the mantle to build Sena in Thane fell on Shinde. In 2004, Balasaheb Thackeray gave him a ticket in the assembly elections. Shinde won. Loyalty is what served Shinde the most. He was loyal to Dighe. He was loyal to Balasaheb. And later he was loyal to Uddhav Thackeray when Balasaheb anointed the son his successor. When political heavyweights like Raj Thackeray and Narayan Rane rebelled and quit the party, Shinde stuck by Uddhav's side, bringing crowds to Sena rallies and ensuring the party writ ran in Thane and Navi Mumbai. And he was rewarded for that. Shinde was picked to be the leader of opposition and later urban development minister in his government by Uddhav. The word is that Shinde was Uddhav's nominee to be the CM when Sharad Pawar torpedoed the move and convinced the Shiv Sena chief to take up the job in 2019. Shinde's revolt naturally stunned Uddhav, especially when it came just days after the rebel had accompanied Aditya Thackeray to Ayodhya. Shinde's rise to the top stunned even his family. This when his only surviving son, Shrikant, is a member of parliament.
आप बताओ कितनी खुशी हो रही है?
हम लोग बता भी नहीं सकते, इतनी खुशी हुई है हम लोग।
पहले तो विश्वास नहीं हुआ, लेकिन अभी कंफर्म बहुत अच्छा लगा।
जैसा तुम्हारा चैनल के माध्यम से सीएम बन रहे हैं, तो जैसा मैंने घर में बताया, ये अभिनंदन किया भाभी का कि अपना भाई मुख्यमंत्री बन गए।
The crafty politician that he is, Shinde would know he has got a crown of thorns. But then, Shinde has weathered many storms to reach the summit. The auto driver turned politician's ability to navigate the roadblocks will decide how long he stays there. Bureau Report, India Today.
Uddhav Thackeray has lost the CM's chair. The battle now for Balasaheb's Shiv Sena party is being fought. Shinde has claimed that his new outfit will be called the Shiv Sena Balasaheb, and that has angered Uddhav.
Shinde wins the Game of Thrones. Uddhav's Sarkar falls like a pack of cards. While wrinkles of government formation have been ironed out, another war will continue. One symbol, one party, two claimants. Both Shinde Sena and Uddhav Sena are at loggerheads over who is the real Sena. And this battle will be fought before Election Commission. Eknath Shinde's camp is all set to claim the Shiv Sena party symbol, the bow and arrow.
शिवसेना आपलीच आहे. शिवसेना कधीही आपल्यापासून कोणी हिरावून घेऊ शकत नाही. अजिबात नाही. ना शिवसेना हिरावून घेऊ शकत, ना तुमच्यापासून आम्हाला ठाकरे कुटुंबियांना कोणी हिरावून घेऊ शकत.
बाळासाहेब ठाकरे इनकी शिवसेना हम लोग आगे ले जा रहे हैं. बाला साहब जी का हिंदुत्व जो है, इससे हम लोग आगे ले जा रहे हैं.
Shinde has made it a point to pay respects to Balasaheb Thackeray. After becoming CM, he changed his Twitter profile picture to one with the Sena Supremo. Shinde camp has hailed his nomination as CM as a tribute to Balasaheb.
आज उन्होंने शिवसेना प्रमुख बाळासाहेब ठाकरे जी के सैनिक को एक सपोर्ट किया है, इसलिए मैं आदरणीय पंतप्रधान नरेंद्र जी मोदी साहब को धन्यवाद देता हूं, उनका आभार मानता हूं.
Uddhav Sena has time and again hit back at the Shinde camp over Shiv Sena's legacy, with Sanjay Raut leading the way.
हे राज्य छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांचं, शाहू फुले, आंबेडकर, बाळासाहेब ठाकरे, यशवंतराव चव्हाण अशा अनेक महान लोकांनी राज्य घडवायला खूप मोठे श्रम आणि कष्ट घेतले. त्यांचा विचारांचा वारसा घेऊन राज्य पुढे चाललं होतं. पण शेवटी हे सरकार पाडण्यासाठी पहिल्या दिवसापासून प्रयत्न सुरू होते. आणि ते कोणत्या प्रकारे प्रयत्न सुरू होते वारंवार आम्हाला लक्षात येत होतं.
For either camp, the fight for the real Shiv Sena will be an uphill task. The fight will be decided by the Election Commission. Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut will be attending the second ED summon in connection with the Patrachal land scam case at 12 noon. Raut says he will cooperate with the investigation and appeal to Shiv Sena workers not to gather at the ED office. The Sena leader was first summoned by ED to appear before them on Tuesday. He'd skipped that summons, citing important party meetings seeking time till July 7th. The ED, however, rejected his request, asking him to appear before them today. So this is the third summon that he's been issued. The Enforcement Directorate wants to question Raut in an alleged money laundering case linked to the redevelopment of the Patrachal in Mumbai's Goregaon. ED's attached property worth crores related to Raut's aide Praveen Raut. Also assets worth around 2 crore rupees belonging to Sanjay Raut's wife Varsha has also been attached in the over 1,000 crore rupees Patrachal land scam case. The central agency claimed proceeds of crime worth 83 lakh rupees allegedly went to Sanjay Raut's wife. Sanjay Raut has left for the ED office is the latest update.
अगर पॉलिटिकल दबाव में अगर हमारे जैसे लोगों पर एक्शन होती है तो उसके लिए मैं तैयार हूँ. इमरजेंसी में आपातकाल में यही हुआ था. मैं मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट हूँ, लॉ मेकर हूँ, तो मैं कानून का सम्मान करता हूँ. मुझे मालूम है ये सब क्यों हो रहा है, ये सब कौन कर रहा है, लेकिन आज मैं नहीं बोलूँगा क्योंकि आज मैं एक समन्स के ऊपर वहाँ जा रहा हूँ.
Let's cut across to breaking news that's coming in. Nupur Sharma, suspended BJP spokesperson, has knocked the Supreme Court's doors over the Prophet Muhammad remark controversy. Nupur Sharma has filed a plea in the Supreme Court urging that all cases filed against her be clubbed and that she be able to, in fact, produce herself before these particular authorities over these cases in Delhi. She's asked for all the cases to be transferred to Delhi, for all of it to be clubbed, citing the fact that her life is under threat right now. Nupur Sharma now approaching the Supreme Court over this particular issue. Over the last few weeks, she's been issued summons by, in fact, different states and the police force, asking her to appear before them. And Nupur, in every case, has written back saying that she's facing a threat to her life and so cannot appear before the police force. That's why she's approached the Supreme Court, citing the death threats that have been issued against her, to say, club all cases, transfer it to Delhi so I can appear before the authorities. So this is the big breaking news that's coming in right now. Nupur Sharma filing a plea before the Supreme Court to club all cases against her. The suspended BJP spokesperson has been under fire over her comments on Prophet Muhammad. She faces multiple cases spread across the country. And in response to summons that have been issued repeatedly against her, Nupur has now sought that the Supreme Court direct all authorities to club their cases and to move this investigation completely to Delhi so she can appear before the agencies. She cited the death threats that have been issued against her. Nalini Sharma is joining us with more details on this. Nalini, can you give us more details on exactly what Nupur has said in her petition?
Yes, Akshay, this petition has been filed by Nupur Sharma, and what she is asking for is that all of the FIRs that are pending against her across different states should be transferred to Delhi, because what she is stating is that there is a threat to her life because she's been receiving threats, constant threats from unsocial elements, and it is not possible for her to travel to all of these states for the investigation, to be a part of the investigation, because there is a threat to her life and something untoward might happen. That is essentially why she's moved the Supreme Court, asking for all of the FIRs to be transferred to Delhi and for the investigation to be conducted in Delhi. She's also said that despite the fact that she's withdrawn her comments publicly, she continues to face these death threats, and that is precisely why she's seeking the Supreme Court's intervention in this matter.
So what she's asking for is the transfer of all FIRs to Delhi. Has she, in fact, made a mention also specifically, Nalini, about the death threats that she's been receiving? Because this is something that Nupur has been referring to in the last few weeks. Every time she's been issued a summon, she's written back to the state police saying she cannot appear before them.
Yes, Akshata, she has, although she is not named anyone, but she specifically made a mention of this in her petition, saying that she has been receiving death threats for several weeks now, and that is precisely what has compelled her to move Supreme Court. And she's also gone ahead and said that it is because of these threats that she's been receiving that it's not possible for her to travel to these states, because there might be some action that might be taken against her, or her life may be under threat in these states. That is precisely why she's asking the Supreme Court to intervene and transfer all of these these FIRs to Delhi, so that the Delhi police can conduct an investigation and Nupur Sharma can also be a part of this investigation. She's also gone ahead and said, like I told you, that she's publicly withdrawn her comments, but despite that, some unsocial elements, most of them anonymous, through social media continue to send her these death threats. So there is no way of really knowing that who might be behind these death threats and against whom orders should be issued, which is why she's instead asked for a transfer of these FIRs to Delhi.
Okay, we'll track what happens in the Supreme Court. Thanks, Nalini, for joining us with those details. And let's cut across to big breaking news coming in from Udaipur. After the horrifying beheading of 40-year-old Kanhaiya Lal, lawyers in Udaipur have decided that they will not take up the case of any of the two accused. They will not represent the killers. The Uttar Pradesh ATS team, meanwhile, has also left for Rajasthan to interrogate the case. They will be taking over this particular investigation. They're also going to be looking into the UP connection in this particular case. Remember that it's emerged that the anti-terror squad has found that the killers were on WhatsApp groups with Pakistani radicals. With all the information that's emerging, the kind of protests that have also broken out in Udaipur and the nationwide outrage over the beheading of Kanhaiya Lal, Udaipur lawyers have taken a stand saying we will not represent these two killers. We will not represent Mohammad Riaz and Mohammad Ghaus. So this is the update that's coming in, even as the information we've received is that both the accused killers here have been shifted to a high security prison in Ajmer. This after local intel did suggest some threat to their life when they were produced in court yesterday, and the fact that there were several death threats doing the rounds on social media. Amid all of this anger against the two killers who beheaded Kanhaiya Lal, they've been moved, in fact, to a high security prison. Let's get you all of the updates on that story. The Gehlot government has removed now the Udaipur SP and the Udaipur IG in response to the outrage over the beheading of Kanhaiya Lal. The gruesome murder triggered a lot of anger and stray incidents of violence as well in Rajasthan's Udaipur. The anti-terror squad on Thursday recovered 2 blood-stained weapons from the possession of the accused. These weapons were recovered from the office of an aide linked to Mohammad Riaz and Mohammad Ghaus. Both the accused have been shifted to a high-security jail in Ajmer. According to ATS, the accused were part of a WhatsApp group which had Pakistani radicals also in it. Now, in this same group, after the remarks of Nupur Sharma on Prophet Muhammad, the members of the WhatsApp group were chatting about revenge. They were also talking about doing something big in retaliation to Nupur Sharma's comments. The role of Kanhaiya's neighbor is also right now being looked into. Chief Minister Gehlot had yesterday visited the kin of Kanhaiya Lal in Udaipur. He assured all action will be taken against the perpetrators, also announced financial assistance of 50 lakh rupees. Now, an ISIS-style execution that sent shockwaves across the country. The beheading of Udaipur's Kanhaiya Lal, a tailor, 40-year-old tailor, left his family shocked and bereaved. Widespread protests erupted, condemning the lack of timely response from the Rajasthan police. But Chief Minister Gehlot claims that the police did a good job. Under massive pressure, he's now removed the Udaipur IG and SP.
He was threatened, brutally attacked, butchered, and finally beheaded. The butchers celebrating the ghastly crime. The decapitating of Hindu tailor Kanhaiya Lal by 2 Islamist radicals has sparked massive outrage across the nation. Effigies were burnt, massive sloganeering erupted, and a massive crowd made mega chorus for justice. Thousands of angry protesters hit the streets, raising slogans, demanding justice and marching under heavy security. Protests erupted in several cities across the country, including Udaipur, Khargone, Jhajjar, Meerut, Aligarh and Hyderabad, where protesters sought action against the jihadis who beheaded Kanhaiya for backing Nupur Sharma. Mega protests erupted in Hyderabad by Hindu outfits, VHP and Bajrang Dal, where effigies of jihadis were burnt at the state government office. India Today reached where the Islamist radicals had made celebratory videos after beheading Kanhaiya.
इसके अंदर बैठकर उसने वीडियो बनाया था, वो वीडियो जो आज पूरे हिंदुस्तान में वायरल हो चुका है कन्हैया लाल की हत्या के बाद। इसी में बैठकर रियाज और गौस इसी शॉप में बैठकर वो वीडियो बनाया था।
Facing flack over his police denying security for the Hindu tailor despite repeated threats by Islamist radicals, CM Ashok Gehlot met the family, offering a 50 lakh ex gratia amount. He surprisingly lauded his police, saying it did a good job, arresting the killers. The family, however, rooted for justice.
हमारी पुलिस ने एसओजी ने अच्छा काम किया, एक तरफ हत्यारों को पकड़ लिया और दूसरी तरफ मालूम कर लिया कि इनका अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संगठनों से संबंध है। मेन बात ये है, इसलिए नेशनल इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसी आई है पिक्चर के अंदर।
को जैसे मारा वैसे उनको मारना, मेरे मामा को जस्टिस दो, वी वांट जस्टिस मेरे मामा।
The NIA, which is grilling Mohammad Riaz and Mohammad Ghoz, suspects that ISIS videos were used to radicalize them. Their mobiles are being put to forensic test to establish links with Pakistan-based Dawat-e-Islami. With Arvind Ojha and Devankur Vadhavan in Udaipur, Bureau Report, India Today.
Breaking news coming in from the Supreme Court. Another legal setback for Uddhav Thackeray, for the Udaipur Sena. The Supreme Court says will consider the Maharashtra issue only on 11th July. Remember that Udaipur Sena had moved to the Supreme Court seeking urgent hearing of their plea to suspend the rebel MLAs. And that is something that, in fact, the Supreme Court has said we are not going to hear right now. Remember that in the previous disqualification hearing, they had said very, very clearly that this matter will be taken up on 11th July. So even this, with regards to the suspension of the rebel MLAs, has been pushed right now. So no urgent hearing that will happen. Another setback for Uddhav Thackeray, for Udaipur Sena. Anisha Mathur is joining us with more details on this. No respite whatsoever for Uddhav Thackeray. Anisha, the Supreme Court saying that we've pushed the disqualification hearing to 11 July. Even this plea for suspension will be heard then.
Well, yes, it's a very, very crucial question that is being asked now by the Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena. What Senior Advocate Kapil Sibal, who had appeared on behalf of Uddhav Thackeray, on behalf of Sunil Prabhu, had said that since there is no merger of the rebel faction with the BJP, the question is whose whip will have to be heard, whose whip will have to be followed when there is a floor test to confirm Shinde as the chief minister. The Uddhav Sena is raising this argument that these MLAs are rebels, that they have no control over the party, and that is why they should be suspended for anti-party activities. More importantly, Kapil Sibal also arguing that there cannot be voting because the question of whose whip is to be adhered to is still open, and he's saying this is not democracy, this is a violation, and the control over Shiv Sena has to be decided by the Election Commission of India. Shinde cannot at this point claim leadership and claim the chief minister's seat. However, the Supreme Court saying that they will not consider all of these matters at this stage. They will only hear the matter now on 11th after the Supreme Court reopens and regular bench sits for after patients. Now, what is going to be very, very important to note here is that the floor test that has to be conducted to confirm Shinde's leadership of the House to confirm Shinde's chief ministership, that also can now be questioned. That is exactly what is being questioned. The court has said that we'll have to see what procedure they evolve for a vote in the House. Whatever has to happen, we will see it on the 11th. We can pass orders later as well. Now, legally, these nuances are important, that the court can hear this matter tomorrow or on the 11th. But politically, this is a very, very big win for the Shinde faction, as they can claim control of the House, they can claim control of the Maharashtra government, and there is it's only going to be at a much later stage that the Supreme Court could hear the matter and pass any orders. So politically, it's a very, very big win, even if the legal issues have been kept open. If the court at a later stage, even if it says that the Shinde faction MLAs have to be suspended, or that what they have done is violative of the anti-defection law, till that time, they will have had control of the Maharashtra Assembly and the Maharashtra government. So politically, a very, very important win for the Shinde faction, and a setback for the Uddhav Sena, even though the court has said that legally we will hear the matter and we can pass orders later.
So what's very clear is that the Supreme Court has said we'll do a retrospective hearing, not one before the assembly session tomorrow and day after. These rebel MLAs, essentially, Anisha, will be able to vote. Uddhav Thackeray and Uddhav Sena essentially wanted the Supreme Court to say that they cannot enter the assembly, because that would have meant a huge dent. 16 rebel MLAs not being allowed to enter the assembly for that trust vote. That's something the Supreme Court has said will not happen now. Another legal setback for Uddhav Thackeray, nothing clearly going in his favor. But Anisha, is there a possibility that they will file another petition? Is there any other way they can really try to ensure things go in their favor right now?
Well, Akshita, as far as the Supreme Court is concerned, since there is only one vacation bench where they can mention this, where they could have mentioned this, they're not inclined to take up this matter at this stage. Before the court, there is now nothing that Shiv Sena or the Uddhav faction of the Shiv Sena can do. Of course, they can go to the Election Commission if they choose, and they can there say that the Shinde faction does not control the Shiv Sena. But then again, even there, it is a much longer battle. Effectively, what has happened here is that the political win has come because the process as such, the legal process, the election commission process, is not fast enough to keep up with the political developments. The Supreme Court is saying we will hear all these matters. We can later decide on the disqualification. We can later decide on whether Shinde's installation as CM was valid or not. But till that time, it is a big win for the Shinde faction. Now, and as you also pointed out right now, that the court is not hearing this matter right now, and the Shiv Sena is trying to ensure that these MLAs get disqualified, that these MLAs do not get to vote in the House. In fact, if you see the petition that has been filed this morning, the Shiv Sena, the Uddhav Thackeray faction, has also said that even Eknath Shinde, because of his action of rebelling against the party, of going with the BJP, has very clearly conducted an anti-party activity and is being rewarded for anti-party activity, for violating the party whip, and Eknath Shinde should not be allowed to enjoy this reward that is being given to him by the BJP, and that is why they wanted the Supreme Court to step in at this stage. But at this moment, it is clear that the court is not hearing this matter today. So for the next 10 days, the Shinde faction will retain control of the assembly. But of course, the court has said that they will consider what process for voting is followed in the House, and later they can pass some orders. So as I said, practically this is a very, very big win. Even if legally and morally later there could be a different view from the court, but for now, practically, politically, the Shinde faction has the room to maneuver, has the room to take claim to the government.
So the Supreme Court essentially saying that every petition with regards to disqualification, now this one with suspension, all of that will only be taken up on 11th July. Their demand for an urgent hearing, which Uddhav's team had put forth before the Supreme Court, has been shot down, saying the Supreme Court saying we will examine this issue only on July 11th now. This is clearly, Anisha, going to be a long-drawn legal battle, considering also that there are so many aspects constitutional constitutionally, previous Supreme Court judgments to look into. This isn't an easy case also. So even when it comes up on July 11th, it's going to be a long-drawn legal battle with both sides arguing their cases.
Well, yes, if you look at the history of justice in India, we've seen in the case a few years ago, something similar had happened, that an MLA had resigned and then was given a ministerial berth in the new government. And even then the Supreme Court had said, we will have to consider these issues. Those issues are still remain pending. There is a lot of grey area as far as this whole maneuvering, political maneuvering aspect and what the defection law can and cannot do is concerned. Now, remember aspect here also, because there are multiple questions of law involved, that is why it is taking time for the court also to hear this matter, to consider all aspects of this matter. And the court is saying that at the moment we are only a vacation bench. We cannot hear all of these constitutional issues. Let the regular bench come back on the 11th and they can then hear these matters. Now, but politically, as I've been saying, legally this matter is going to go on for a while in the court. The question of anti-defection law, of what happens to Shinde, what happens to the rebel MLAs, all of those matters will be considered at a later stage. Even the election commission issue, whether who controls the Shiv Sena, is it Shinde or is it Thackeray, who controls the Shiv Sena, that matter will have to be fought out before the election commission. But for now, for the next 10 days, it is a very, very big breather for the Shinde faction, as the court has declined to interfere at this stage.
Okay, Anisha, thank you for those details and what played out in the Supreme Court. What does this mean politically? Saurabh Bhaktania is joining us live from Mumbai on that. Saurabh, every legal step that Uddhav Thackeray has taken so far, it's not worked out in his favor. This perhaps was a strategy to ensure that, the 16 rebels get suspended and thereby he makes a renowned pitch to be declared the true Shiv Sena. That's clearly not worked out in his favor. What's his strategy going forward now?
So it's now very clear that the disqualification of the 16 MLAs won't take place. And therefore, once again, the Uddhav Sena is on the back foot. Now, clearly, Uddhav Thackeray Sena might approach election commissioner. What is we are learning from the sources. But it is clear that the disqualification won't happen because, Akshita, on 2nd and 3rd, a special session has been called in by the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Eknath Shinde. And what we are learning that on the very first day, a new deputy speaker will be appointed. And if that happens, then the disqualification will never happen. And therefore, this is what the Uddhav Sena was trying to get in, that the decision by their own MBA government's deputy speaker happened before 11. But the court has clearly given time till 11th of July that the decision on disqualification cannot take place by deputy speaker till 11th of July. But now it is very clear that that there is no relief to the Uddhav Sena. Floor test will happen, but the disqualification process will likely not happen because on 2nd of July, on the very first session or the very first decision will be taken is to elect the new deputy speaker, and the new deputy speaker will be from the Eknath Shinde's government and the Devendra Fadnavis joint government, and they will definitely not take any decision on the disqualification. The matter will be heard on the 11th, but the disqualification won't happen, and the only option left for Uddhav Sena right now is to approach the ECI, that's the Election Commission.
But can he? Saurabh, is he planning on approaching the Election Commission right away? Because things aren't moving in his favor right now. Number-wise, he doesn't have what it takes. Legally, nothing moving in his favor. If he approaches the Election Commission right now, what does he have with him to prove that, look, I am the real Shiv Sena? The MLAs, ministers, all of them have ditched him.
Well, Akshita, for the moment, it doesn't seem any relief for Uddhav Thackeray, even if we approach ECI, because the ECI will clearly say that the matter is sub judice and the majority is right now with the Eknath Shinde's camp. He has all the power, he's the legislative head, he has all the signatures and the majority available with him. So for the moment, for the Maharashtra Assembly is concerned, Uddhav Sena is likely to get no relief from the ECI as well. And therefore, it's the real fight to save the real Shiv Sena, if what the Uddhav Thackeray claims to. But that is also not going to happen, because let me tell you, it's not just the part of the MLAs what we are learning. The sources are clearly telling us that many of the corporators, the Vibhag Pramukh, the Shakha Pramukh, even the MPs are in support of Eknath Shinde. And the real time when it arrives, when it goes, the matter goes to the ECI, they are going to support the Eknath Shinde Sena. And at that time, to prove the majority, the Shiv Sena, the real Shiv Sena of Uddhav Thackeray, that thing, to prove the majority, to prove his whole strength, will be very difficult for Uddhav Thackeray. So this is clearly the stand right now, that to save Shiv Sena, to revive the whole Shiv Sena, for Uddhav Thackeray, it seems very difficult. Even if he approaches ECI, there won't be relief in the Assembly of Maharashtra. And it is clearly the decision which has come from the Supreme Court as well, a big relief to the Eknath Shinde's rebel camp, because they won't be disqualified for the moment, because as and when the session starts on the 2nd of July, the first decision will be taken by the new government is to change the deputy speaker, and therefore the disqualification will never happen.
So that also won't be in Uddhav Thackeray's favor at this point. Saurabh, with one setback after another, as you pointed out, the deputy speaker will also be changed. So nothing will be riding in his favor. And it's essentially one thing that it comes down to. The only thing that Uddhav has in his favor is his last name, is the fact that he's a Thackeray.
So, well, Akshita, clearly BJP strategy right now is that we were trying to decode that why BJP chose Eknath Shinde to become the CM of Maharashtra. What the sources have clearly told us, that the 2019 thing which happened when Devendra Fadnavis along with Ajit Pawar formed a government, it was the lust for the power which was shown and which was exposed for the BJP, and the Matoshi, the Uddhav Thackeray Sena, can clearly say that this is the emotional card they can play, and therefore BJP doesn't want to show that thing. It will be very clear that to the voters that BJP is in support in the legacy and the ideology of Balasaheb Thackeray, and therefore they are with Eknath Shinde and the Shiv Sena. This will clearly help the BJP for the upcoming election of 2024. It is just 2.5 years from now. And it will try to prove for the BJP that on their own they can make a government, and also the real Shiv Sena is with the BJP. So it can clearly try to show to the voters that the Balasaheb Thackeray Shiv Sena is with the BJP and not with Uddhav Thackeray. This is the clear message which we are learning from the sources that the BJP is trying to prove.
Okay, Saurabh, just stay on with me. More breaking news that's coming in. The special session of the Maharashtra Assembly. Initial reports suggested that it will happen tomorrow and day after. The dates have now changed to 3rd and 4th July. Now, what we're hearing is that tomorrow the nomination for the Speaker's election will be filed. The Speaker's election will formally happen the next day on July 3rd when the Assembly is in session. On July 4th, on Monday, is when the vote of confidence will happen, is when the trust vote will happen. So 4th July, the trust vote will take place as scheduled, because the Supreme Court hasn't provided any relief to Uddhav Thackeray. He has essentially the weekend, Saurabh, to figure out his next course of action and do whatever he can, whatever he plans to do to stop this trust vote from happening.
But Akshita, it is not possible. Clearly, the Supreme Court of India has given instruction that we are not going to interfere for the moment. Whatever things happen in the Maharashtra Assembly election, we are keeping a watch. We are not blind-eyed. And whatever things happen, we'll discuss on 11th of July, but not before that. Now what has happened, that 2nd and 3rd with the Assembly, the sessions which was going to happen on 2nd and 3rd, now it is going to happen on 3rd and 4th. Beg your pardon, to 4th and 5th. So what is going to happen is the nomination for the Deputy Speaker will be filed. Now what is going to happen is the Deputy Speaker will be from the Eknath Shinde's government. The nomination will be filed and he will get elected easily, because numbers are with Eknath Shinde and the BJP. The Uddhav Thackeray Sena doesn't have any number. The MBA government, which earlier was with Uddhav Sena, which is the Congress and the NCP, they don't have any numbers right now. The numbers are with Eknath Shinde's camp, and therefore for them to elect the Deputy Speaker, it is going to be a very easy task, and that newly elected Deputy Speaker will conduct the floor test, and even there they have the good numbers. and new deputy speaker is not going to disqualify the rebel MLAs. So things are very clear that the rebel MLAs won't get disqualified, and they also have the new deputy speaker, and the earlier deputy speaker has no power with him. So clearly the win-win situation for the Eknath Shinde camp, and Uddhav Thackeray Sena clearly losing the all battle, because they are not going to stop the election of new deputy speaker. They cannot stop the trust vote which is going to happen, and clearly a defeat for the Uddhav Thackeray Sena, because Supreme Court of India has also given a relief to the rebel camp as well.
Okay, so Saurabh Bhaktania getting us all of those details on the big news break coming in. The Supreme Court handing out another setback to Uddhav Thackeray. The special Maharashtra Assembly session will happen on 3rd and 4th July is when the confidence vote will take place. Saurabh, stay on with me as we track all the latest updates coming in from Maharashtra. Here's a quick check of all the headlines that we're tracking at the top of this hour. Another setback to Uddhav Sena. Supreme Court refuses to hear pleas seeking suspension of 16 rebels urgently. Says we'll hear the matter only on July 11th. Shinde Sarkar vetoes Uddhav's Aarey shed plan. The new government plans to shift metro car shed back to Aarey colony. One symbol, one party and two claimants. The war between Shinde camp and Uddhav camp over who's the real Shiv Sena rages on. Shinde all set to claim party symbol. Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut set to appear before Enforcement Directorate today in the Patrachal land scan case after skipping the last summon. Big blowback of Kanhaiya Lal beheading. Gehlot government removes Udaipur SP and IG. Killers shifted to high security jail in Ajmer. Agencies also probing their Pakistan link. Floods wreak havoc in the northeast. Over 30 lakh affected in Assam. Unprecedented downpour and landslides in Arunachal. Parts of Bihar also inundated.
Maharashtra meltdown continues. A special session of the Maharashtra Assembly all set to happen on 3rd and 4th of July. This is a big breaking that we are currently tracking. On July 2nd, the nomination for Speaker's election will be filed. On July 3rd, Speaker's election. On July 4th, vote of confidence. This is the big news, the update that we get here on a special session of the Maharashtra Assembly that will be conducted on the 3rd and 4th of July. Remember, this comes soon after Eknath Shinde took over as the Chief Minister of Maharashtra along with Deputy Devendra Fadnavis. Here, Maharashtra Special Assembly session all set to take place on July 3rd and 4th. July 2nd is the nomination for Speaker's election. It will be filed on 3rd of July, the Speaker's election. On 4th of July, the vote of confidence. Earlier, the session was to convene on the 2nd and 3rd of July. Now, the dates have been moved to 3rd and 4th of July. Here's a huge update. Let me quickly cut across to Saurabh Bhaktania and Anisha Mathur, both of us joining us live for more on that. Saurabh, over to you first. Special session of the Maharashtra Assembly on the 3rd and 4th of July. The dates have been moved. What's expected?
So, well, clearly, Nabila, what is going to happen over here? On 2nd, the nominations will be filed for the post of Deputy Speaker. And it's no doubt that the Deputy Speaker will be from the Eknath Shinde's government as well. So the earlier Speaker who was trying to disqualify the rebel MLAs, that won't happen. Because the new Speaker will be there. The new Speaker will be from the Eknath Shinde's camp. And the disqualification which was going to happen, that won't take place. Second thing, on the 3rd of 3rd of July, it will be a special sessions wherein the trust vote will happen, and in trust vote clearly the majority will be proved by the Eknath Shinde's camp, and the Uddhav Sena will be completely broken because they don't have the numbers. The NCP and the Congress and the Uddhav Sena, they don't have the numbers. So it's clearly a huge setback, and the Supreme Court of India, like Anisha will be mentioning, the Supreme Court of India has clearly said that they won't be interfering in this whole case. So the Supreme Court of India is not going to stop this particular whole place. This is what is going to happen, that on 11th of July there will be a hearing. So till that time the sessions of today will be taking place, and on the very first day of the session the new deputy speaker will take charge, and definitely the disqualification of rebel MLAs won't take place, and clearly a huge setback for the Uddhav Thackeray Sena.
Let me cut across to Anisha Mathur as well, who brings us an update from the Supreme Court on the Supreme Court refusing to hear the matter urgently on disqualification of many of those rebels. Anisha, now that the dates of the Special Assembly session has been fixed, it seems like the Eknath Shinde and camp are moving forward in full confidence. They are not waiting for any intervention from the law. They seem quite confident that they will be identified sooner or later as a separate Shiv Sena, as the real Shiv Sena.
Well, Akshita, what will happen outside of court, what will happen in the assembly, a lot of things are currently up in the air, but it is very clear that the Shinde faction is keeping a tight grip on power with this special assembly session also called. What is interesting to note, however, in today's Supreme Court hearing, even as the court declined to hear this matter right now and said we'll hear this all on the 11th, they have said, when senior advocate Kapil Sibal pointed out that there could be Eknath Shinde is taking oath as chief minister, there could be a vote in the House, there could be a lot of things that can change by the time the hearing is taking place. The court said if there is anything it is open to you to file another application, and we will hear all of these legal issues at that time on 11th. So clearly the court is expecting that retrospectively all of these issues could be heard, all of these matters could be decided. Legally, these are questions that are wide open. The control over Shiv Sena, the issue of control over Shiv Sena, of course, also open, and that will have to be fought out before the Election Commission on the basis of how many MLAs, MPs, executive committees are with which side. But at the moment, the Supreme Court holding back, saying that we will hear this matter only on the 11th, which means that at the moment Shinde can take Shinde's oath, as well as the assembly session that is expected now before the 11th. They can go on, but the court will be looking at how the assembly session takes place, what is the procedure that is taken up, who votes and how, and all of those issues will be taken up now on the 11th. That's it.
Right. While you say, Anisha, that this matter will be taken up in court on the 11th of July, in the meanwhile, we see that the Eknath Shinde camp, under his chief ministership, we see that a special session of the Maharashtra Assembly will be conducted on the 3rd as well as 4th. And on July 2nd, nomination of the Speaker's election will be filed. 3rd of July, the Speaker's election will happen. 4th, vote of confidence will happen. So they're moving ahead even before the 11th verdict. Will that be another option for Uddhav Thackeray now to possibly reach out to the Supreme Court and ask for intervention to stall this special assembly session in the meanwhile?
Most certainly, Akshita. The court has very clearly said that if there are any developments in Maharashtra, you can file a petition about it before us. But we will not hear any of this issue before the 11th. So very clearly, the court is keeping the legal option open, even though the politically and practically all of these issues are going full steam ahead in Maharashtra. The court has said we will look into the question of disqualification of the rebel MLAs, including Eknath Shinde. Please keep in mind, even Eknath Shinde's suspension and disqualification has been called for by the Mahavikas Aghadi government, by the Shiv Sena, saying that he is being rewarded for his rebellion against the party. He is being given the seat, he's been given power of the chief minister as a reward for his defection from the party. And that is why the Shiv Sena wanted an urgent hearing today. Court, of course, not taking up this matter today, saying we will consider all of these issues on the 11th. In the meantime, whatever happens, whether the election for the speaker happens, whether the no confidence motion happens, at every stage it is quite likely that the Shiv Sena, that is the Uddhav Thackeray faction of the Shiv Sena, will try and approach the court again and again to file fresh applications, to raise fresh legal grounds for an urgent hearing. But at this moment, it seems that the court is not inclined to hear it. So legally, this battle is going to be a very long-fought one, even as politically things are going very, very fast in Maharashtra. We'll have to wait and see how it is going to play out. Because even if later at some stage the court says that these rebel MLAs should have been disqualified or ought to have been disqualified or can be disqualified, or if it raises any questions about Eknath Shinde's disqualification, till then, practically till that point when the court passes at that order, till then Shinde will remain in power. And the question of who controls the Shiv Sena, whether it is the Shinde faction or the Uddhav Thackeray faction, that is also going to be a long drawn-out battle.
Decide on that. Anisha Mathur, thank you very much. Saurav Aktania, thank you for joining us with more on that. I'm going to come back to you though. Uddhav Thackeray has now evidently lost the Chief Minister's chair. The battle for Balasaheb's Shiv Sena party is left to be fought. After Shinde claimed that his new outfit will be called the real Shiv Sena, the Balasaheb Shiv Sena, the fight has furthermore intensified on who's going to take fort and claim the real legacy of Balasaheb. Let's hear it.
Shinde wins the Game of Thrones. Uddhav's Sarkar falls like a pack of cards. While wrinkles of government formation have been ironed out, another war will continue. One symbol, one party, two claimants. Both Shinde Sena and Uddhav Sena are at loggerheads over who is the real Sena. And this battle will be fought before Election Commission. Eknath Shinde's camp is all set to claim the Shiv Sena party symbol, the bow and arrow.
शिवसेना आपलीच आहे. शिवसेना कधीही आपल्यापासून कोणी हिरावून घेऊ शकत नाही. अजिबात नाही. ना शिवसेना हिरावून घेऊ शकत, ना तुमच्यापासून आम्हाला ठाकरे कुटुंबियांना कोणी हिरावून घेऊ शकत.
बाला साहेब ठाकरे, इनकी शिवसेना हम लोग आगे ले जा रहे हैं. बाला साहब जी का हिंदुत्व जो है, इससे हम लोग आगे ले जा रहे हैं.
Shinde has made it a point to pay respects to Balasaheb Thackeray. After becoming CM, he changed his Twitter profile picture to one with the Sena Supremo. Shinde camp has hailed his nomination as CM as a tribute to Balasaheb.
आज उन्होंने शिवसेना प्रमुख बालासाहेब ठाकरे जी के एक सैनिक को एक सपोर्ट किया है, इसलिए मैं आदरणीय पंतप्रधान नरेंद्र जी मोदी साहब को धन्यवाद देता हूं, उनका आभार मानता हूं.
Uddhav Sena has time and again hit back at the Shinde camp over Shiv Sena's legacy, with Sanjay Raut leading the way.
हे राज्य छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराजांचं, शाहू फुले, आंबेडकर, बाळासाहेब ठाकरे, यशवंतराव चव्हाण.
All right, here's some big breaking news coming in from the Supreme Court as the Supreme Court comes down heavily on Nupur Sharma for her remarks on Prophet Muhammad. Supreme Court says Nupur Sharma is single-handed LT. In fact, she is fully responsible for what has happened in the country, the way that emotions have been ignited. Supreme Court bench says Nupur Sharma ought to apologize to the whole country. Remember, the Supreme Court right now hearing a request from Nupur Sharma asking for all her FIRs to be clubbed and be moved to Delhi, considering she faces threat to life. And in the backdrop of that, Supreme Court now tears into the ex-BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma, comes down heavy on her over the remarks that she's made on Prophet Muhammad. And Supreme Court now saying Nupur Sharma is single-handedly responsible for what has happened in the country, for the comments that she's made. The way that emotions have been ignited, it's her to be held responsible. Supreme Court saying that Nupur Sharma now ought to apologize to the entire country. Anisha Mathur joining us for more on that. Anisha, please, a quick word on the Supreme Court right now while it hears Nupur Sharma's plea asking for all the FIRs to be clubbed to Delhi, citing threat to life. She wants to be in Delhi while facing all those FIRs. The Supreme Court now observing that this is Nupur Sharma's fault. She should be held solely responsible for what's happening in the country. She ought to apologize.
Well, yes, the Supreme Court using very, very strict words right now, even as the hearing is on as we speak. Senior Advocate Maninder Singh appearing for Nupur Sharma, saying that the FIR should be clubbed. This is an application seeking transfer of all these matters, all the FIRs before to Delhi. Now, Senior Advocate Maninder Singh said that she had apologized for her remarks and she had said that she will be withdrawing those comments, but the Supreme Court is not accepting these arguments. The court, the Justice Suryakant has commented that she should have gone to the TV, back to the TV and apologized to the nation. It was too late for her to withdraw, and even then she has withdrawn conditionally, saying that if sentiments are hurt, I am withdrawing. In fact, the court has also come down on the media, saying that what is the business of the TV channel to discuss this matter, which is sub judice, except to promote an agenda? What was her business to make these remarks? They have also said that these are not religious people at all. They are making statements to provoke the country, and what is happening in the country is because of her remarks. In fact, another comment that the court has made is that if there was a misuse of the debate or she was misquoted, then the first thing that she should have done is gone and filed a complaint against the channel and the anchor for misquoting her if there was any such misquotation. But she has not done so. Maninder Singh also arguing, trying to say that the provocation was from the other person in the debate, and that is what prompted her remark. But the court is not accepting this. They're saying if you're the spokesperson of a party, it does not mean you have license to say things like this. So at the moment, the court is also court is making very, very serious remarks right now against Nupur Sharma, even as the hearing on her petition is on. They're saying that on her complaint, somebody was arrested, but despite multiple FIRs, she has not been arrested. And this is a very, very important comment coming in from the court, that she has not yet been arrested despite multiple FIRs against her, even though other people have been arrested on her complaint. And the court is saying the smacks of arrogance that she should have apologized. Now, the hearing is still on, Akshita. We'll see whether the court agrees to give her any relief whatsoever. But in the initial minute or two of the hearing, in the initial arguments and remarks from the court, it seems that the Supreme Court is very, very unhappy about Nupur Sharma and what is happening in the country, and they are not holding back from saying what they want to. Back to you.
Right. Anisha, this is Nabila here. A quick word furthermore on the Supreme Court. Why exactly is it wading into this issue? At this point, we hear that Nupur Sharma is reaching out to the Supreme Court to get some relief, but it seems like she is now facing a much bigger problem with the Supreme Court almost directing that she must be arrested. Why everyone else connected to the comment that she's made have been arrested on the opposite side, but Nupur Sharma herself still so far has not been arrested by the police. What was the reason for the Supreme Court now to wade into this angle in this case?
My apologies to you, Nabila, for misnaming you. The Supreme Court is hearing the petition filed by Nupur Sharma in which she has sought clubbing of all the FIRs and transfer of all the cases against her to Delhi. She has said that there have been multiple FIRs against her in multiple states, and they want the transfer of cases to Delhi, as traveling for her is not going to be possible to move around to every state, and that is why she's approached the Supreme Court. But the court is clearly not willing to pass any orders in the matter without making their opinion of what is happening in the country very clear. The Supreme Court, and I'm quoting the bench here, the court is saying that just because she's the spokesperson, how can she make statements without any respect to the law of the land? The court has also said that in a democracy, people have the right to say things, but there has to be some control over what is being said. The bench is in fact commenting that even this petition, by filing this transfer petition, she seems to be saying that the magistrate court is not worth her time, that it is not worth her appearance, and this smacks of arrogance. Why is it that she does not want to go and appear before the magistrate who has issued summons to her? If she's a spokesperson for the party, she cannot make all of these statements. In fact, a very, very pointed comment from the court that sometimes power goes to the head of people and they think that they are everything. She should have filed a case against the person who instigated this statement if she is arguing that it is the opposite debater from the other side who prompted that comment, or it was the anchor who provoked that comment, then she should have gone and moved a complaint against those people. But instead of doing that, she has made these comments, and she's only agreed to withdraw them after there was such a furor across the country. And that is why it seems that the court is not at the moment inclined to give relief to Nupur Sharma. But as we speak, the hearing is still on. The court is, her lawyer, senior advocate Maninder Singh, is saying that there is a threat to her security. Her life and her business establishment have been put under threat, and that is why she should be given some safety, some relief. And the hearing is on even as we speak, Nupur. Nabila, so we will find out in a short while whether the court will give her any relief, or do these very, very pointed comments mean that Nupur Sharma will not get relief. Back to you.
Right, stay with us, Anisha. I'm going to quickly also cut across to Nalini Sharma, bringing us more on that, tracking the court. Nalini, is it true that the Supreme Court has quoted the Udaipur murder and almost blamed Nupur Sharma for what has happened? Is that right?
Well, Nabila, the Supreme Court bench that's hearing this case has clearly said that Nupur Sharma is to a very large extent responsible to whatever is happening in the country, including what has happened in Udaipur, because without the remarks that were made by Nupur Sharma in the first place, these incidents would not have taken place. They've also gone ahead and said that the kind of fires that have ignited across the country after Nupur Sharma's comments on the Prophet Muhammad, she is directly responsible for that, and she should have, in the capacity of an official spokesperson of the ruling party, been a little bit more careful. Moreover, even on her apology, they have said that she should have come on national TV and apologized to the entire country, because the kind of repercussions that her comments have led to are very serious, and the Supreme Court has to take them into consideration. It seems like this petition that was filed by Nupur Sharma asking for the FIRs to be transferred seems to have backfired on her a little bit, because some very, very serious and stern observations have come in from the Supreme Court on this aspect. And we'll have to wait and see exactly what what the order is going to be, as to whether or not her plea asking for a transfer of these FIRs to Delhi is something that's going to be accepted, whether the Supreme Court will see that there is an actual threat perception against Nupur Sharma, because of which it is important for them to transfer these FIRs to Delhi. But it seems like they are not going that way, because in very clear words they've said that her petition seeps of arrogance, and it goes on to show that she thinks that the magistrate courts are below her for her to actually appear before them and be a part of this entire investigation. So it doesn't seem like it's going to go in favor of Nupur Sharma before the Supreme Court because of these stern observations. But we can't speculate at this point. We'll have to wait till the end of the hearing to see what the Supreme Court decides in finality.
Right. Anisha, if you're still with us, a quick understanding. All right, cutting across to Nalini. Over to you, Nalini. When the Supreme Court says why Nupur Sharma so far hasn't been arrested, what does that really mean? Is that a direction almost, that a backhanded direction that the Supreme Court is giving, alerting the police that you've arrested many of the others who made comments on the opposite side? Nupur Sharma still remains free. In fact, she's been given additional security. Yes, it's true that she does have threat to life at this point. What we saw in Udaipur is spine-chilling. One can only imagine if a person supporting Nupur Sharma can face that fate. We do understand that Nupur Sharma clearly is right now worried for her own life. At this point, threat to her life could be real. But what happened to the arrest over multiple of those FIRs filed against her for making that comment?
Well, Nabila, it won't be right to speculate as to what the Supreme Court is saying and what the repercussions, most importantly, of that can be. But just last week, if you remember, there was an order that had come out from the Supreme Court in the Zakia Jafri petition, where they had spoken about how the people who have incited and instigated this entire case should be put in the dock. And that should be put in the dock was interpreted to mean, and where we also saw the Gujarat ATS go ahead and arrest RB Srikumar as well as Teesta Setalwar. So there are likely to be repercussions of whatever the Supreme Court decides in this case, like we've seen in several cases before as well. But it remains to be seen as to how many aspects of what is being said orally by the Supreme Court will actually make it to the final order that will be passed by them in this case, because that is going to be the most crucial aspect on which any agency that is investigating this matter is going to rely on. It'll be the written order of the Supreme Court, not the oral observations that are coming forth right now during the course of the discussion, as well as the arguments, because there are a lot of things that the Supreme Court judges say orally, but they do not translate into a written order. But at the same time, that does not mean that the oral observations of the Supreme Court have no weighing. Because the fact that such stern observations have come in from the Supreme Court means that the Supreme Court has followed whatever has happened very closely, and they feel a little aggrieved by the kind of comments that were made by Nupur Sharma and the lack of apology that was followed after that. Because there was a mere apology that was put up on social media, despite the fact that the comments that have caused such a massive outrage was actually made on national television. The Supreme Court's also gone ahead and questioned that just because she is a spokesperson of the ruling party, does that give her the privilege to make comments on national television that clearly defy the law of the land? Because there is a lot of religious sentiments that have been ignited because of Nupur Sharma's comments, and we've seen the repercussions of that on the ground itself, not only in the form of protest, but like is being correctly pointed out by the Supreme Court, even in the Udaipur incident, the initial fire that had ignited this entire issue were the comments that were made by Nupur Sharma. So it remains to be seen exactly as to how many of these oral observations make it to the written order of the Supreme Court and what the Supreme Court orders thereafter. The petition is on the limited aspect of seeking to transfer these FIRs to Delhi, but as to whether or not that happened seems to be in the dock right now before the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court will have to decide as to what the merits of these petitions filed by Nupur Sharma are there.
You know, Nalini, at this point, what's really interesting here is that Nupur Sharma reached out to the Supreme Court to get relief from many of those FIRs filed in different states. She wanted to be all clubbed in Delhi so she could be, she possibly feels safer in Delhi with her Y+ security that she's been given by the government as well. But it seems like instead, the Supreme Court has come down so heavy on her, given her a sound warning, and also gone on to the layers of ramifications that her comments have really made across the country. And that's surprising that the Supreme Court at this point not only has asked Nupur Sharma at this point to apologize, but has also questioned on why she hasn't been arrested, questioned on many layers on why she did not reach out to the lower courts, why she did not take up the co-panelists if she really thought that their comments were derogatory and defamatory. Why did she not take up a case against them? You know, these are the kinds of statements made by the Supreme Court. What does this really speak of a little more perspective into what the Supreme Court is thinking while hearing a limited petition by Nupur Sharma at this point?
Well, Nabila, it seems to be clear what's in Supreme Court's mind, because first of all, this is the first time that this matter has come up before the Supreme Court, especially in a petition that has been filed by Nupur Sharma herself. Now, like I was stating, she had moved this petition expecting that the matters will be transferred to Delhi, like has been done in several cases before, because there are multiple FIRs that are pending against her across the states. What Nupur Sharma's case was that there is a genuine threat to her life that has been caused because of her comments, due to which it becomes difficult for her to travel to these states and be a part of this investigation. But because she intends to very much be a part of the investigation is why she is asking for all these investigations to be transferred to Delhi. But the Supreme Court, on the other hand, has gone over and beyond what the petitions say and have really gone to the crux of the matter, which are the remarks that were made by Nupur Sharma in the very first place that have led to not only national but international ramifications, where we've seen even other countries come out and clearly speak out against the comments that were made by Nupur Sharma. Along with that, the Supreme Court, that is precisely why they've gone ahead and pulled her up today during the course of the hearing, where they've gone ahead and said that the comments made by Nupur Sharma were not acceptable. They have incited and they have ignited a huge repercussion on the ground in several states across the country. They have also gone ahead and mentioned the Udaipur incident. But at the end of the day, the petition before them is on a limited aspect as to whether or not these FIRs will be transferred. Now, the Supreme Court's made it clear that it seems like Nupur Sharma does not want to be part of these investigations, which is why she is taking this route. She does not want to appear before the sub-magistrates court. But at the same time, as to whether or not they're going to find enough merit in the argument that there is a threat to her life, which is what her lawyer is trying to put across, is something that remains to be seen only till the end of the hearing, because that is what this transfer petition is going to be decided on the basis of, as to whether or not there is a genuine threat to Nupur Sharma's life and if there is a need to transfer these investigations to Delhi. But at the same time, the comments and the observations that have come in from the Supreme Court cannot be ignored, because they are very serious in nature and they also talk about Nupur Sharma's conduct The Supreme Court in several cases before has spoken about how the media functions and why there is a need for responsible coverage. And that is why the Supreme Court today, when her lawyer said that these comments were made in response to a question that was raised by the anchor, the Supreme Court in clear words said that there should have been a case filed against the anchor as well. So that's how stern the Supreme Court's being about these comments, because they seen during the course of the past month or so the repercussions that have happened on the ground because of the comments made by Nupur Sharma, and as to whether or not these repercussions and the large-scale impact it has caused is going to eventually affect this petition seeking some sort of relief that has been filed by her is something that remains to be seen to the end of the hearing today.
You know, Nalini, this clearly shows the Supreme Court not taking this lightly. Nupur Sharma has reached out to the Supreme Court for a limited hearing or a limited intervention with regards to her FIRs being transferred, but didn't expect that the Supreme Court will pull out a can of worms. This, of course, at this point, what we see, the Supreme Court coming down heavy on Nupur Sharma, asking her multiple questions on why she hasn't apologized, why no arrest against her, why if she really was offended by the comment made by a co-panelist or an anchor, she should have taken up a case against him instead. It gives her no free hand to make loose comments of such nature. Also, at this point, what we hear is that there are two lawyers in the Supreme Court that have reached out, filed petitions asking for arrest of Nupur Sharma despite pending FIRs. There has been no action taken. What happens to that at this point? Is that also on the mind of the Supreme Court while they take up this matter and come down heavy on her?
Well, Nabila, that is something that is going to be left up to the investigating agencies to decide exactly what course the investigation has gone in, and as to whether or not there is a need to arrest Nupur Sharma. But the Supreme Court has definitely made observations in that respect, where they have gone ahead and asked as to why Nupur Sharma has not been arrested yet. But before they issue orders expectantly on these petitions for her arrest to take place, they will have to look into what stage the investigation is at again in the FIRs that have been filed against her, and as to whether or not a case has been made out for arrest. For that, they will have to call upon the investigating agencies and the case diaries to look a little deeper into these issues and see what the investigation stage is at. But at the same time, the Supreme Court's not holding back at all when it comes to expressing their views on what this entire case has led to and what Nupur Sharma's comments and the remarks that she had made on Prophet Muhammad have eventually led to. And they've made it clear that Nupur Sharma is single-handedly responsible. And those are the comments that have come in from the bench, where they've said that Nupur Sharma is single-handedly responsible for the effect that we are seeing on the ground right now across several states in respect of these protests that have arisen due to her remarks on Prophet Muhammad. They've also gone ahead and questioned that just by the mere fact that she is a spokesperson of a party and is appearing on TV, does that give her a right to defy the law of the land? Is she not bound by the laws just because of this matter? What we are given to understand right now, the latest that is coming in, is that the Supreme Court may have asked Maninder Singh, who is appearing for Nupur Sharma, to go to the High Court. We're still waiting for the details on that. It seems like they are not keen on giving her any sort of relief in this entire petition that is asking for the FIRs to be transferred to Delhi. It seems like they've asked her to go back to the High Court and make a plea for that, for a transfer of the FIR to Delhi. So it seems like there seems to be a longer legal battle ahead for Nupur Sharma if she hopes to get any relief in this petition that has been filed by her. But we'll still have to wait for the final order to see how many of these oral observations that have been made by the Supreme Court actually make it to the final order that is being put forth by the court today.
Nalini, stay with us. I'm going to also bring in Anisha Mathur on this, who's tracking the same developments. Anisha, at this point, Supreme Court coming down heavy on Nupur Sharma, saying that she is single-handedly responsible for the atmosphere we see in the country. That's such a massive statement to make, a huge statement to make at this point. But does that mean that the police will crack a whip on Nupur Sharma at this point? We know that Delhi police have given her additional security because she does face threat to life. But does that also mean they will take cognizance of what the Supreme Court is now indicating, also raising questions on why she hasn't been arrested despite multiple FIRs? Also give us a small understanding on which are those states that Nupur Sharma currently is facing a case.
Well, Nabila, Nupur Sharma is facing FIRs in multiple states, including Delhi, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, and several others. That is why she has approached the Supreme Court. asking for relief, asking for clubbing of the FIR, asking that she should not be called again and again. Now, what is important to note is that the court has declined to give her any relief at this stage. The court has said that if you have a problem with multiple FIRs, also multiple FIRs in the same states that have been filed against her, then she should go to the relevant high court of those states for relief. She should not have come here. What is also very, very important is the oral remarks made by the Supreme Court, where the bench had commented that she, as the spokesperson, should have not made such remarks, that she is single-handedly responsible for the situation in the country, for the vitiated atmosphere in the country. They've in fact even referred to Udaipur, that is also a direct consequence of her remarks made on the channel, when her lawyer argued that those remarks were provoked, or that the other side, the debater from the other side, had also made certain inflammatory remarks. The court said that if you were being provoked or if something untoward was being said, then you should have filed a complaint against the other debater, against the TV channel, against the anchor. But instead of doing that, you have made this kind of remarks. And in fact, you have not even apologized or withdrawn those remarks till there was a major furor. You only said that you are conditionally taking back those remarks, saying that in case somebody's sentiments has been heard, you are withdrawing those statements. But that is only a conditional statement. That is not an apology. You should have gone to the channels, gone back to the channels and apologized to the entire country for making such remarks, because it is your remark that is responsible directly for the current situation in the country. What is also important is that the court has commented that by saying that she cannot appear before the magistrate again and again, she is showing arrogance and disrespect for the magistrate's court. The court is saying it seems that you want a red carpet treatment just because you're a spokesperson, and that is all. By making all of these very, very pointed comments, the Supreme Court has refused to entertain her petition. But we'll have to, as my colleague Nalini was saying, we'll have to wait and see whether any of these observations that have been made in the open court are also reflected in the order that is finally passed by the court, or is it that the court will simply allow her to withdraw the petition and go to the High Court with no adverse remarks written in black and white in the court's orders. But right now, the oral remarks made in the open court were very, very pointed, saying that it was her responsibility as a spokesperson to be responsible about the remarks that she is making, that she should not have said whatever she wants. Just because she's a spokesperson does not give her the right to say whatever she wants in a TV debate. And the court is making very pointed statements about Nupur Sharma's role in the current situation, in the current atmosphere in the country. And Udaipur, the violence that we are seeing there, that was also specifically taken note of by the court, that even that is a direct consequence of what she had said. So it is very, very important to note that the court has made it stand very clear. Now, whether the police takes any action remains to be seen, because there are multiple FIRs against her, and the court is being very pointed about it when it's asked that even if there is an FIR against you, you have not been arrested. Other people have been arrested on your complaints. So why is it that the police has not taken action against you? And that is a pointed comment coming in from the court. Whether the police chooses to respond to these comments, whether the police chooses to take any action in response to these comments, is something we'll have to wait and see. But it is very clear that the Supreme Court is very unhappy about the way this entire case, this entire situation is playing out. Back to you.
You know, Anisha, it's of course, undoubtedly, Nupur Sharma, as the BJP spokesperson, should have displayed responsibility and caution, which is exactly what the Supreme Court currently is observing. And they also say very clearly that they've watched the debate. They saw how she may have been incited, but it was disappointing with the way she responded and then claimed that she was a lawyer. It appears that hasn't gone down too well with the Supreme Court, that she's of course been boasting of the fact that she herself is a lawyer and tried to make comments that were irresponsible as per the Supreme Court. And that's exactly what the Supreme Court observing, that don't show arrogance. You have some responsibility, you've got to adhere to it. That's more or less what the Supreme Court has said. But stay with us. I'm going to quickly cut across to Sanjay Hegde, senior lawyer, joining us on the phone line. Mr. Hegde, here we're looking at Nupur Sharma, who's gone to the Supreme Court with a limited petition, but it seems like the Supreme Court come down heavy on her, almost blaming her for being single-handedly responsible for what's happening in the country.
in a way, do you say that the Supreme Court was wrong? Ultimately, all of us choose our words with a sense of responsibility. We may come on TV programs as experts or as representatives of political parties, but one never goes beyond the norms of peace in a civil society. If you want to provoke violence, and sorry to say this right on this channel and to your face, but channels also like to incite, and the Supreme Court in the same case has had asked questions of the channel as well and said were they running an agenda. So it is high time that all of us learn to go back to a civil discourse.
Mr. Hegde, we do understand in the thick of, in the midst of a debate and when there's emotions running high, people make comments of such nature. It's happened in the past as well. Nupur Sharma being pulled up for a comment that she has made on Prophet Muhammad. The outrage wouldn't have happened had it not been for many of the Gulf countries stepping in and a huge backlash on the other side. But don't you observe that these are comments otherwise made rampantly?
Are you saying that?
No, I'm not justifying for it. I'm not justifying for it. I'm saying Nupur Sharma being pulled up single-handedly and the Supreme Court saying that she's to be blamed for the entire atmosphere in the nation today. How do you look at that?
So are you you want to say me to say that the Supreme Court is wrong? I won't say that. That's number one. And number two, do you need the Gulf countries to police you? Otherwise, if the Gulf countries had not said anything, then what this lady said was right. Please, there are, for a long time, this country has gone on.
Just
I am sorry. You've called me on the program.
Yes,
so
absolutely. No, I'm just asking your opinion, of course, not to cast any aspersions on what the Supreme Court is saying.
No. So exactly, the Supreme Court, and when the Supreme Court says it, it says it as the Supreme Court for the country. And the Supreme Court has also asked very pertinent questions of that channel. But it was that channel that day. Your channel or other channels have been no less. And it's a salutary message from the Supreme Court to all channels. Please do not harvest hatred.
So at this point, the Supreme Court further observing that there are people who have been arrested, many of them who have made contrary remarks. But Nupur Sharma, despite having as many FIRs in different states, so far has not been arrested. This is not a direction from the Supreme Court, but the Supreme Court observing the developments. Does that mean this is a backhanded direction that she needs to be brought to book?
I don't think the Supreme Court is giving any backhanded directions. Even in the other Tisa Settlewad case, the Supreme Court doesn't direct. The Supreme Court makes observations as are necessary for the disposal of the case. In this case, the Supreme Court said, we will not grant you relief. Nupur Sharma's lawyer thereafter withdrew the petition.
So how must that be conceived, ideally?
No. It is for the authorities to do their job. There are several FIRs. Which FIR is investigated? There has to be an investigation in this case, right? It can't be that all the authorities all over the country say, no, there's an FIR in another place, there's an FIR in this place, so we will not do anything. So one FIR has to be the lead FIR, possibly the first FIR, and then everything else, the legal process must go. And while I say this, let me be absolutely clear. Only the legal process. There is no justification for anyone taking the law into their own hands. Whatever is the process of law, only that, nothing else. We have to be very careful about what we say. That, again, is my message.
Right, sir. Here, a quick word on the Supreme Court further saying that this is absolute arrogance displayed by Nupur Sharma by reaching out to the apex court. Why did you not explore options in the lower courts? What does that really mean? Nupur Sharma at this point feels that she may find some relief from the apex court, considering there are multiple FIRs. What does that really mean? If you can tell us, what were the actual legal options before her which she failed to explore?
See, it was the same question in Maharashtra also. Everywhere the Supreme Court says, please don't rush to us at the first instance. Take all the avenues which are available in law and which are available to the lower courts before you come up the ladder. Don't charge into the Supreme Court merely because there is Article 32 of the Constitution. Yes, the Supreme Court has the power, but the Supreme Court has very strict rules on when it will exercise the power. And yes, there was a reference to another journalist who got immediate relief by coming to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said that that is a one-off case. It is quite possible that that one-off precedent, a one-off case will not be a precedent.
You know, a very shocking statement that the Supreme Court has made, where she says that she faces threat. The Supreme Court saying that, do you face threat or are you a security threat?
Well, very often the Supreme Court is responding to arguments which are made. And I would not wish to place any words or any interpretation onto the Supreme Court's mouth beyond what is there on the record. So the Supreme Court asked that question, and I don't think the Council answered it.
At this point, the Supreme Court also saying you haven't apologized to the country. But Nupur Sharma so far, sir, has she says that I've withdrawn my statement. Does that amount to an apology?
Well, that is for Nupur Sharma to consider her position. Was that an apology? If it was said, I did this, I'm sorry, I withdraw, but etc., etc., etc. An apology with a justification. I'm only speaking of pure law in terms of contempt of court and other than. An unconditional apology is an unconditional apology. An apology with conditions is sometimes not treated as an apology.
Right. So, you know, when there's often, critiques saying that when there are, this is just a question out of law, considering there are several people who often criticize and poke fun at Hindu gods, there's really nobody to speak for them. Nupur Sharma makes a comment, but then because of the Gulf countries' intervention, it seems like this has become a serious case. How would you observe that?
Well, each person has their own definition of religion, right? And when you say people poking fun of Hindu gods, I would invite you and your channel to cover what happens in Banaras right across the Ganga on Holy Day, and how our relationship with Hindu gods is quite different from the followers of other religions to their gods. They may have fearful gods. We are on a much more informal basis with our gods. At least that's the Hinduism that I know, which has been practiced in this country for centuries before this current political dispensation.
Right. Sanjay Hegde, thank you very much. Really appreciate your time and your understanding on this case. Remember, the Supreme Court hearing currently still underway on Nupur Sharma's limited plea, asking for all the FIRs spread across in different states against her. We are looking at FIRs against her in Maharashtra. Apart from Delhi, in Maharashtra, in Telangana, we're looking at multiple states right now, that Rajasthan as well, where FIRs have been filed against her, but no arrest on Nupur Sharma so far. In fact, she's been given added security because she faces threat to life. Anisha Mathur for more on that. Anisha, has the Supreme Court now come down with a conclusion? What's the likelihood of them giving her any relief to club all the FIRs together in Delhi so that it's better for her in terms of movement and she feels safe in the national capital?
Well, Nabila, the court has dismissed the petition. They have asked Nupur Sharma to withdraw the petition and approach the high courts of each state with regard to the clubbing of the FIRs that have been filed. Remember, Nupur Sharma in her petition had said that there are FIRs against her in different states as well as multiple FIRs in different police stations in the same state. The court has said you should have gone first to the High Court, and that is the end of this hearing in the Supreme Court today, with the Supreme Court making these very, very pointed remarks on Nupur Sharma's conduct, saying that you have not apologized to the country. You're single-handedly responsible for what is happening across the country right now, that you as a spokesperson should have been more responsible, that if there was any provocation from the other side, you should have filed a complaint about it instead of making this kind of a statement. And after saying all of these things, after making all of these remarks, after in fact rapping Nupur Sharma for approaching the Supreme Court, the court in fact even even commenting that it reeks of arrogance, this entire process reeks of arrogance, that instead of going and appearing before the magistrate or even instead of going to the High Court, you come directly to the Supreme Court. And in fact, the court also mentioning the Udaipur incident, saying that this is also a consequence of your statement. And all of these very, very sharp remarks from the Supreme Court, which has refused to give any relief to Nupur Sharma, saying that the conscience of the court is not stirred. We do not think that there is any reason to give you any relief. And that is why they have said that Nupur Sharma should withdraw this petition and go before the High Court of each state for any relief that she wants. So setback for Nupur Sharma from the Supreme Court. Not only has her petition been dismissed, she has also been subjected to these very, very pointed remarks from the court regarding her conduct, regarding that she has not yet apologized. That conditional apology or a conditional statement of withdrawing her remarks is not enough. That is what the court is saying. What is also important is that the court has questioned why there has been no action against her. In fact, the court is saying that on your complaint, people have been arrested, but you have not yet been touched. And when she's pointing out, her lawyer pointed out that there are other cases where FIRs were clubbed. They're saying those were different situations. A journalist is at a different footing than the spokesperson of a party who goes to a channel and makes such a responsible statement. This is a direct quote from the court, which has said that because she was citing certain cases where relief was given, the court has said you are on a different footing because you're the spokesperson of a party going on a channel and making this kind of statement. You should have been more responsibility and you have not apologized.
Absolutely. Anisha, a quick word on right now, what's the next course of action in that case? Now that the Supreme Court has refused to club her FIRs, they've asked her to go to the High Court. What's the likelihood? So she should be ideally approaching the Delhi High Court on this?
Well, at the moment, considering that there are so many FIRs against her, she would have to approach all
multiple
state high courts where petitions, where FIRs have been filed against her. As far as the clubbing of the issue is concerned, the reason why Nupur Sharma had come here to the Supreme Court is because of the fact that there are multiple states involved. At the moment, because the court has refused to grant her any relief, she will have to ask for protection from arrest in each specific FIR from each specific high court. So a long legal battle ahead. For Nupur Sharma, this is not going to be easy for her to fight it out. And especially with the remarks made, it is now a question also to see whether any state police will take any action against her. Back to you.
Anisha, thank you very much for that. Of course, Nupur Sharma at this point, it's going to be a difficult road up ahead for her. She's now got to be exploring her legal options in the lower courts, which means multiple states where FIRs have been filed against her. Those are the states that she'll have to approach that local high court. On that note, I'm going to slip into a short break. We'll be continuing that coverage on the other side. Do stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
today is, the launch to the world of a fully operational urban airport. The first time ever in the world that there's an operational piece of infrastructure of this kind.
I think you'll see some operations this decade, but I think the 2030s will really be the decade of advanced air mobility, and you'll really start to see this be more ubiquitous from that point on.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching.
The US is moving a resolution against India to make it a country of concern. This resolution was introduced by Ilhan Omar in the House of Representatives. A 2022 report by the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom alleges violations of human rights and religious freedom in India. The report stated that the Indian government is promoting a Hindu nationalist agenda that negatively affects all Muslims, Christians, Sikhs, Dalits, and other religious minorities. But India has rejected the report, saying it's vote bank politics in international relations. What does the resolution say? These resolutions are not legally binding, but express the collective sentiment of the House if passed. Ilhan Omar's resolution stated India's human rights violations and international religious freedom in India. It also stated that Indian government uses the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, the UAPA, and the Sedition Law to intimidate those speaking against the government. They have called upon the US Secretary of State to designate India as a country of particular concern under the International Religious Freedom Act of 1998. What is a country of particular concern? Countries of particular concern are where the government either engages in or tolerates particularly severe violations of religious freedom. This can include torture or cruel, inhuman or degrading treatment or punishment, prolonged detention without charges, causing the disappearance of persons by abduction, denial of the right to life, liberty or security of persons. The 2022 report recommends a total of 15 countries to be designated as CPCs. These include Afghanistan, China, Iran, Pakistan, Russia, Saudi Arabia, North Korea, Vietnam and Syria. India has categorically retorted, stating that it is a naturally pluralistic society and values religious freedom and human rights for all to see.
You are watching India Today.
Powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jabal taking you through the top news. First, the headlines. Supreme Court pulls up former BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma for her Prophet Muhammad remarks, says that she must apologize to the nation, blames her for the Udaipur beheading. Another setback to Udhav Sena. Supreme Court refuses to hear a plea seeking suspension of 16 rebels urgently. Says we'll hear the matter only on 11th of July. Shinde trust vote in Maharashtra Assembly on the 4th of July. One symbol, one party and two claimants. The war between Shinde camp and Uddhav Thackeray camp over who is the real Shiv Sena rages on. Shinde all set to claim the party symbol. And Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut appears before the Enforcement Directorate in the Patra Chaul land scam case, says he's not scared. And a big blowback of Kanhaiya Lal beheading. Gehlot government removes Udaipur SP and the IG. Killers now shifted to high security jail in Ajmer. Agencies probing their Pakistan links. And floods wreak havoc in northeast. Over 30 lakh people affected in Assam. Unprecedented downpour. Landslides reported in Arunachal. Parts of Bihar now inundated. All right, in a big setback to Nupur Sharma, Supreme Court has now pulled up BJP's ex-spokesperson over Prophet Muhammad's remarks that she's made. The top court has accused Nupur Sharma of igniting emotions across the country, saying that she's solely responsible for the environment in the country today and owes the nation an apology. Supreme Court has also said that the horrendous beheading in Udaipur is more or less the responsible. In fact, this is triggered by Nupur Sharma's remarks on Prophet Muhammad. This is exactly what the Supreme Court has said. Here, the apex court saying that she has single-handedly set the nation on fire. This is the statement that the Supreme Court has said while hearing a limited petition by Nupur Sharma asking for a transfer of all the FIRs filed against her over the comments that she's made. All the FIRs that was filed against her in different states to be moved to Delhi. That was the petition that she has filed asking intervention from the Supreme Court, saying that she's facing threat to life and that's why she wants it all moved to a Delhi station. Supreme Court has now dismissed Nupur Sharma's plea, asking her to approach the High Court first, saying that you can't pass and skip that process of reaching out to the lower courts before reaching the High Court. Nupur Sharma's remarks against Prophet Muhammad has also faced condemnation from many Arab countries. The Supreme Court is also observing that while many others have been arrested for the comments made, Nupur Sharma so far has not faced arrest. Nalini Sharma joining us more on that. Nalini, over to you on the setback that Nupur Sharma has got. It's not just the Supreme Court refusing to intervene. It's also the Supreme Court now setting the tone on how this case will be dealt with. And that's what we see here. The Supreme Court, while hearing the matter, has said very clearly that Nupur Sharma is responsible for the environment in the country single-handedly. Also, almost indicating that what happened in Udaipur, the murder, is because of the comments that she has made, again raising questions on why she has not been arrested so far. So these are statements that she may not have expected coming from the Supreme Court. While she just approached the court for a limited plea, it seems like a bigger elephant now to be dealt with.
Nabila, the Supreme Court has not just indicated that Nupur Sharma is responsible for what happened in Udaipur, but said so in so many words, where Justice J.B. Pardiwala, who was part of the bench, has stated before this during the hearing that Nupur Sharma is responsible. The comments made by her are responsible for the unfortunate killing that happened in Udaipur. Along with
Nalini, if I could ask you to stay on hold with me right here, I'm going to quickly cut across to Abha Singh, who's a lawyer joining us on the phone line. Abha, over to you on the Supreme Court cracking a whip on Nupur Sharma. She went to court asking for some kind of relief and intervention to club all the FIRs to one state in Delhi. But it appears that a lot more was said, which she never expected. Supreme Court here has said she's single-handedly responsible for the environment that we see around the country today, also referring to what has happened in Udaipur.
I am glad that Supreme Court has taken cognizance of that, because Udaipur is a fallout of the statement made by Nupur Sharma, and if it is coming from the apex court, it will definitely have an impact not only on the country but also world over where there have been protests. Now, coming to the clubbing of FIRs from all states is absolutely a bizarre demand, because everywhere it would be a specific criminal issue. And how can you club at least thousands and hundreds of FIRs? I think the very fact she came forward and asked for this relief itself was brazen. But nonetheless, Supreme Court telling her that it is not possible is a very welcome relief, because somehow people were thinking that the Supreme Court is looking the other way, Supreme Court is not coming with justice. But when Justice Pardiwala says that tries to pull up Nupur Sharma, I think it's a very positive direction, because India talks of the preamble talks of a secular nature. Then we have Article 14, which says equality before law and equal protection of laws. So, but also at the same time it says you are innocent till proven guilty. So let the law of the land take its course, and truth should come out.
Well, yeah, the Supreme Court also further observing that there has been no arrest on Nupur Sharma so far. There hasn't been a direction from the Supreme Court. Like we know, the Supreme Court would not give a direction to arrest her, but has observed very clearly that there are many others who've been arrested. Nupur Sharma still does not face arrest.
Exactly, because you have Zubair, that alt news editor, who's been arrested for making for under charges of 153 and 295, that disrupting harmony among communities. So I think the court is right when it says no action has been taken on Nupur Sharma. So, as I said, equality before law and equal protection of laws is the crux of the Indian Constitution, and it is the moral duty, because there is something called constitutional morality. So, if the Supreme Court is talking about it, I am glad and I am happy that somebody is realizing that there's above everything is constitutional morality, which needs to be upheld.
You know, Abha, at this point, what the Supreme Court has also said very clearly is that that this reeks of arrogance. The fact that she reached the apex court, did not reach out to the lower courts first, that reeks of arrogance. Also saying that as a responsible BJP spokesperson, she should have observed caution while she was speaking. With anger, we hear that the Supreme Court has made these observations, quite much with anger, and very keenly observing these developments all along. It seems like the Supreme Court got a chance today through this petition that she has filed in court to unleash what they had in mind for a while. This has been raging on for a couple of weeks now. Finally, this is the first time that the Supreme Court taking up the matter thanks to her petition.
Exactly, because India's reputation has been damaged world over, because we are very proud of our democracy, we are very proud of our secular constitution, and I think when Supreme Court is setting the mandate, if it is drawing the attention, the government must follow it. The police of this country should not be biased. They are supposed to uphold the law of the land, and what is important is absolutely, because the manner in which, even where the Shiv Sena dissenters ran to the Supreme Court, or for that matter, Paramveer Singh ran to the Supreme Court, it's putting up a wrong precedent that without going to the lower courts, without looking into alternate remedies, you're just running to the Supreme Court. It is not a good practice, and I'm happy the Supreme Court has said, kindly go back to your state, go back to your local court, because end of the day, the hierarchy needs to be maintained.
All right. Now, to see what the Supreme Court has said and such harsh words that the Supreme Court has used while almost cracking a whip on her, do you feel that this has set the tone for the police and respective state governments to pursue this case against her?
Absolutely. Supreme Court wants that the law of the land should be upheld, and when you are arresting so many people under 295A and under 153 that for spreading hatred, for disrupting harmony, then her statement of course has disrupted harmony. It has led to the killing of Kanhaiya Lal in Udaipur, because it has enraged the feelings of other communities. So when you are the official spokesperson of a party, you are responsible to the party, and you're bringing a bad name to the BJP, because let me tell you, the Prime Minister had to come and speak of Abbas and said that he had a Muslim person living in his house. The Prime Minister had to come and say that we have good relations with Muslims. But Nupur Sharma's one statement has destroyed that it has fragmented the society.
Right. At this point, Abha, a quick word on Nupur Sharma's next step of action. She's got to reach out to the lower courts in all these states where FIRs have been filed against her. It's an uphill task in that case, a long legal battle for her.
Absolutely, she'll have to go everywhere, because you have seen how different state police have come and arrested someone from other states, other districts. So she will have to go to all these places. When you can have Rahul Gandhi coming to Kalyan in a defamation matter, when you can have so many politicians going all over India to defend themselves. So wherever the FIR is registered, you need to act. In fact, for Sushant Singh case, we all saw how Bihar police came to Mumbai to investigate. So it's become a trend now that different state polices are just coming in. So Supreme Court needs to really ensure that the CRPC guidelines, whatever the CRPC says, is followed, and the policemen do not succumb to the political pressure.
Here, Abha, Nupur Sharma so far has said that she has withdrawn her statement. Does that amount to an apology? Do you believe that this is could that be conceived as apology here? Because Supreme Court asking that Nupur Sharma...
Of course.
Supreme Court saying Nupur Sharma should apologize to the nation, but Nupur has already withdrawn her statement publicly.
Yeah, when she has apologized, she should be forgiven. We should show that how benevolent and large-hearted we are. But the law of the land will take its course. But I would request that all the communities that are enraged, should look into it, that she has withdrawn her statement. She is apologizing. We should forgive her. And all these statements that they will attack her, kill her, that's also very wrong. Action should be taken on all those people who are passing such statements, because end of the day, to forgive is divine.
No, absolutely. Undoubtedly, that if she's apologized, then she must be forgiven. Then in that case, many of the other comments made by several other people, popular on social media, who have now been arrested, do you think their apology will be taken and let off on bail?
See, that way, as I said, there are two parallel things. One is the law of the land, because that is what the police has registered in FIR, and there is a procedure. Once you've registered an FIR, you cannot close it without doing the proper investigation. So that needs to be done, and after that only those FIRs can be closed. But yes, the communities, the leaders of different communities, they should not pass brazen statements and she should be allowed to come out and breathe like a normal citizen, because if she is apologizing, she has a right. But killing her is going to a step forward. You are trying to threaten her, taking somebody's life. I think that is very wrong. So all the community leaders must come forward.
Which is why it comes as a big surprise when the Supreme Court blames Nupur Sharma for the beheading in Udaipur. This is such a grave crime. People have taken law into their own hands, but somehow the Supreme Court saying that Nupur Sharma is responsible for what has happened in Udaipur, the beheading in Udaipur, that comes as a surprise.
So many riots have taken place because people have made such statements and they've been arrested. So that is why you have these sections in the IPC, hurting religious sentiments. And end of the day, your rights finish where you try to impinge on the right of some other person. So we, living in a society, we need to respect each other. We need to respect religious sentiments. We need to maintain restraint. So Supreme Court, if it is coming down heavily, it is not only for Nupur Sharma, it is for all the persons who are trying to enrage religious sentiments and destroy the peace and security of the country.
You know, at this point, you know, Abha, of course, asking you a question apart from the law here, there's a lot of criticism that when people poke fun of Hindu gods, there's really no one to stand up for them. Nobody speaks up for them. No Gulf country comes asking for intervention or showing outrage. Considering that this was this comment was made on Prophet Muhammad, and because the Gulf countries intervened with their outrage that they showed, boycotting Indian products, almost sidelining Indians in Gulf countries. That's why we see a strict legal intervention here. What happens to many of those people who have constantly poked fun at Hindu gods and have not been taken to task?
It's not about Hindu-Muslim. In the first place, why should you hurt somebody's religious sentiments? Why should you talk about God? They are there to pray. That's your personal sentiment. So why should you hurt anybody's sentiment is my issue. When there is a law of the land, then why are you breaking the law?
So the same measure must be applied on both ends.
See, both ends is for the courts. It is for the courts to adjudicate, not for you and me. But our duty is to ensure that we don't flare sentiments. We don't say something which leads to riots and innocent lives are lost. That as a fundamental duty of every citizen of this country, that you ensure that you do not hurt the religious sentiments, because that's a law. You're violating a law. And above all, live in peace, live in safety. Why do you want to humiliate and insult anyone just for a few likes or some Twitter followers? I think I would say that is not what we have been brought up with. Our values, we have always been taught to be respectful. We have been taught to be civilized. So why are we not doing that? Why are we only trying to hurt each other's sentiments? Hindus and Muslims have lived peacefully in this country. I come from Lucknow. We are proud of our Ganga Jamuni Tehzeeb. Let everybody know that everybody is here to live peacefully, nothing else.
A quick final word. How about the Supreme Court observing that she has not been arrested while many others have? Does that mean a direction again to the respective state police where FIRs have been filed against her? Is the Supreme Court trying to say that she must be arrested?
It is not saying that. That is a different matter. But the very fact that the Supreme Court has expressed its unhappiness, if Justice Pardiwala has come forward and said, then the local police must take cognizance, because end of the day, there is something called contempt of court. You have arrested Teesta Siklawaz on just the observations of the Supreme Court. So likewise, action should be taken after reading the judgment. I have not read the judgment. I am hearing the words from you. But it's a welcome sign that the Supreme Court is monitoring things, what is happening in the country.
All right. Abha, thank you very much for joining us. Abha Singh, lawyer, to give us an understanding on what the Supreme Court may have meant while coming down heavy on Nupur Sharma. A quick word from Anisha Mathur as well, who's tracking the court. Anisha, clearly here, Nupur Sharma has received massive setback. Not just she did not get relief from the Supreme Court, but also Supreme Court now setting the tone on how this case must be pursued. A long legal battle for her, like you just said. She's got to be appearing in multiple states now, reaching out to multiple high courts to try and get relief on the same.
Well, yes, Nabila, it is going to be a long battle for Nupur Sharma, but the Supreme Court's comments and very, very pointed comments that the court has made should act as a wake-up call for Nupur Sharma, for her party, for other political parties, and even for the news channels, because the court has said that if that this kind of provocative statements was deliberately made, the court has said that her statement is directly responsible for the atmosphere in the country. Her statement is directly responsible for provoking what happened in Udaipur. These are not throwaway remarks, Nabila. These are very, very pointed statements from the Supreme Court, which is expressing its extreme shock and dissatisfaction at the way politicians, political leaders, spokespersons are speaking, the kind of remarks that they're making. Because the court has said very clearly that just because you're the national spokesperson of a political party does not give you the license to say anything that you want. You have to be responsible.
All right, I'm cutting across to Nupur Sharma speaking live. Nupur Sharma there, who is a suspended BJP spokesperson there at the BJP office. She's just about addressing the media. That's what we're hoping. We're going to try and bring back that statement that she made just now, soon after the Supreme Court came down heavy on Nupur Sharma. Remember, Nupur has been claiming that she's been receiving multiple threats to life. That's Nupur Sharma, who's right now at the BJP office, all set to make a statement, possibly soon after the Supreme Court's intervention coming down heavy on this case. Nupur Sharma, as per the Supreme Court, owes an apology to the nation. Supreme Court almost saying that she is single-handedly, not almost, in fact, spelt it out in as many words, saying Nupur Sharma is single-handedly responsible for the vicious environment in the country today. That's the words of the Supreme Court. Let me cut across to Anisha. Anisha, Nupur Sharma there wanting to make a statement. Of course, this must have come as a massive surprise. Renuka Chaudhary, Congress leader, joining us on the phone line. Renuka, Supreme Court observing that Nupur Sharma must apologize. She owes an apology to the nation. She could be single-handedly responsible for the vicious environment in the country today. Renuka, if you can hear me.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am, please go on.
I'm just amazed that it is Nupur Sharma, a woman who's been made a scapegoat. Why isn't the entire BJP apologizing? The entire BJP has to apologize for the hate speeches that they've given, divided the country, mowed down farmers, and then they have the cheek to blame somebody else. What Nupur Sharma did is unforgivable. Nobody says no. But for the BJP to escape their own responsibility is a bit amazing and amusing. If the BJP has any spine, stand up and apologize. Stand up and apologize.
No, but Nupur Sharma has more or less apologized. She says she's withdrawn her statement in public. That she's very clearly said she's withdrawn her statement, and if this has come across, if this has hurt religious sentiments, then she did not intend to do so. That's what she said. But does that not amount to an apology? Supreme Court says she owes an apology at this point, but in a way she has.
Tell Supreme Court to also take cognizance of all the entire BJP which has spread hatred and divided the country and beaten up the Dalits and misbehaved with the minorities and made such awful hate speeches and mowed down the farmers, where the BJP minister's son has mowed down the farmers, and all of this is also now part of history of India. So how about Supreme Court? With great respect, I'm appealing to them, kindly take cognizance and make the entire BJP apologize to the nation as well.
Here, Ms. Renuka Chandia, being specific to Nupur Sharma's case, the Supreme Court very clearly saying that you have no right to show high-handedness just because you are a BJP spokesperson. What does that really speak of? Those are really harsh and strong words coming from the apex court.
Yes, but I'm amazed at the Supreme Court not taking cognizance of the others who have done this also. There's been a fanning of hatred in this country for the past so many years. Ministers in positions of power have actually made statements, and ministers' children have gone and taken vehicles and mowed down farmers. Why are those lives less relevant in India today? That is what I'm asking. It's fine.
Those cases are being dealt with as per law. Ms. Renuka, those cases are being dealt with as per law, but at this point, what the Supreme Court has observed that Nupur Sharma has not been arrested. While there are multiple other people following her statement who made provocative statements, they're right now behind bars, but Nupur Sharma still remains free. Supreme Court very clearly observing that she has not yet been arrested. Again, what's your take on that? Does that give set a tone at this point for state governments right now to act as per the Supreme Court's message here?
I think that is what you need to ask if Mr. Amit Shah has taken cognizance of what the Supreme Court has said. He is the Home Minister, and if he is unable to arrest Nupur Sharma, then we all have reason for concern that how safe are our lives.
No, well, that way you were also in power in Maharashtra until a day ago. There was multiple FIRs filed in Maharashtra as well, but there was no call for arrest from the Maharashtra police?
You know, Maharashtra is actually a mirror to the nation to realize that horse trading, ED misuse, all these pressure tactics have dropped the government, and it is totally acceptable to us. Constitutionally abusive, but it's fine because you see we formed the government there. And that poor Fatnavis, may I please give him my heartfelt condolence. He was the only one who didn't know what's happening with him.
Ma'am, coming back to the point here, what I mean to say is that over the last 2 months, FIRs have been filed. No initiation by the Maharashtra police to arrest Nupur Sharma. They've summoned her, but no arrests have been made so far. That way, even for that matter, Telangana.
Yeah, so you don't think it's an act of convenience? I mean, these are questions you need to ask the government.
Convenience on the part of who?
Of the concerned government.
Yeah, you were also in power in Maharashtra. That's precisely what I'm asking. Why did you not show aggressive crackdown?
We are citizens. We have been waiting for action and reaction, and we are looking at it. And so now the Supreme Court is now going to run the law and order situation of this country. And we are abdicating our own accountability and responsibility as assemblies and parliament. You see the more and more of judiciary working today and telling us what to do. So it shows that there is a flawed system in place and there's a failure of interpretation of what we are as a country and what parliament needs to do and assemblies need to do.
Yeah. So are you now, based on what the Supreme Court has said, will press for her arrest?
I am not saying just arrest her. I'm saying please get everyone who has done hate speeches in the country, once and for all, do it. So that the message goes out strong. Don't use a woman only. Don't just fix a woman and say, oh, we fixed her and it's Nupur Sharma per se who's responsible. And the whole country, Nupur Sharma was the final flashpoint. But there have been hatred speeches and divisive politics and Dalits who have been abused and farmers who have been mowed down by ministers in position and power. And they have not been removed from that position and power.
Right. Thank you very much.
There is a whole system which is flawed, which is in position in India today.
Thank you very much for joining us, Ms. Renuka. A quick word from Anisha on that. Anisha, we're obviously hearing opposition leaders saying that this is not enough, the case needs to be pursued, etc. But that will echo now post the Supreme Court and its observations. But for now, how do you think this case will pan out? Because when we saw in the case of Teesta Setalvad, the police there in Gujarat were quick to arrest her based on what the Supreme Court had observed, saying that there was a lot of push by some unscrupulous elements to keep the pot burning. At this point, here the Supreme Court also observing that Nupur Sharma has not been arrested. Will that be same measure? Will the police act with same measure? At this point, will they arrest Nupur Sharma? Is that a likelihood?
Well, Navina, if you look at the kind of FIRs that have been filed across the country, if you look at just Delhi, Nupur Sharma is not just facing a FIR on a complaint by some third person. She's also been named in a specific FIR by the special team of the Delhi police, which is looking into hate speech across the country. They've named 30 or more than 30 people in a specific FIR for hate speech. If you look, apart from that, there are other FIRs filed by individual persons against Nupur Sharma in Delhi alone. Other than that, there are FIRs in Rajasthan, in Maharashtra, in Telangana, in several other states where these same issues have come up. And that is what has prompted the Supreme Court to question that why is it that you are not taking any action against Nupur Sharma? Why is it that that such irresponsible statements are being made? Now, the question really is that, remember, the court has not passed any directions for anybody's arrest. The court has raised this very important question that it is now for the police establishments of Delhi, of other states, of Maharashtra, Delhi, Telangana, other states to question why is it that when they have initiated an FIR, why have they not initiated the process to arrest?
Right.
Remember,
We got your point. A quick word coming in from Pramod Tiwari, who is a Congress MLA. Anisha, do stay with us. Mr. Tiwari, we're looking at the Supreme Court really coming down heavy on Nupur. Not just have they dismissed her plea to club all the FIRs in Delhi, but also have raised several questions on her intent her high-handedness and irresponsibility of making such a statement that sparked outrage across India, blaming her to be single-handedly responsible for the vicious environment in the country.
बहुत महत्वपूर्ण ऑब्जर्वेशन किया है सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने। उनके सामने सारे फैक्ट्स, फाइंडिंग्स, सारे फैक्ट्स को देखने के बाद उन्होंने कहा है कि आज उदयपुर या पूरे देश में जो घटनाएं हो रही हैं उसके लिए नुपुर शर्मा का ये बयान जिम्मेदार है। उन्होंने ये भी कहा है कि अभी तक इनके खिलाफ कोई कार्रवाई नहीं हुई नुपुर शर्मा जी के खिलाफ। तो ये सीधा सीधा आरोप है गृह मंत्रालय भारत सरकार पे, क्योंकि दिल्ली उन्हीं के अधीन है कानून व्यवस्था। तो एक तरह से देखा जाए तो ये श्री अमित शाह जी गृह मंत्री के रूप में उन पर भी उन्होंने सख्त टिप्पणी की है कारण कामकाज पर। तो मैं सिर्फ कहता हूँ ये कि जैसा कहा है सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने, नुपुर शर्मा को सारे रास्ते टेलीविजन पे माफी मांगनी चाहिए, और उसके अलावा जिन्होंने उनको भाजपा का प्रवक्ता बनाया था, क्योंकि भाजपा का मंच था, भाजपा की अधिकृत प्रवक्ता थी, और आज तक उनके खिलाफ कोई कार्रवाई नहीं हुई है, और उन्हीं की वजह से उदयपुर जैसी घटनाएं हुई हैं, तो माफी तो मांगनी चाहिए। सर्वोच्च नेतृत्व जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का है टेलीविजन पे जाएं और हाथ जोड़कर माफी मांगे कि हमने अपनी महंगाई, बेरोजगारी जैसी असफलताओं को छुपाने के लिए ऐसा बयान दिलवाया था।
जी, ये जो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा है कि इनको माफी मांगना चाहिए, इन्होंने माफी मांग चुकी है। बोला है कि ये स्टेटमेंट विड्रॉ कर रही है, और जिनको भी कोई भी दुख हुआ है वो उस पे उनका वो इरादा नहीं था। ये माफी नहीं है तो क्या है?
मैं बहुत स्पष्ट कर दूं, इन्होंने ट्वीट किया है, चैनल्स पे नहीं गई। उन्होंने क्या है, सारे राष्ट्र को संबोधित करते हुए ये माफी मांगी, टेलीविजन पे जाके माफी मांगे। बड़ा फर्क है कि किसी को कोट कर देना और आपके चैनल पे, आप जैसे सारे महत्वपूर्ण चैनलों पे आके वो सारे रास्ते माफी मांगे। ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट के सामने इनका वो माफीनामा भी था, सारे फैक्ट थे, और उनका नो। आप जाइए टेलीविजन पे, सारे रास्ते माफी मांगिए। और सबसे बड़ी बात जो उन्होंने कहा, उदयपुर जैसी घटनाएं इन्हीं बयानों की वजह से हुई है। तीसरी बात, तो नहीं कार्रवाई हुई दिल्ली में इनके खिलाफ अभी तक, वो सीधा सीधा आक्षेप है भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सर्वोच्च नेतृत्व पर, भाजपा की सरकार पर। पहले संगठन और सरकार दोनों को दोषी पाया है सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने।
जी, प्रबोध तिवारी जी, इनको क्या अब अरेस्ट करना चाहिए? सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ये अब ऑब्जर्व किया है कि अभी तक नुपुर शर्मा का अरेस्ट हुआ नहीं है। ये डायरेक्शन क्या कहलाता है?
देखिए, मैंने सर्वोच्च न्यायालय का उतना ही सुना है जितना आपने बताया है या जितना चैनल्स पे आ रहा है। जजमेंट आ गया होगा, जजमेंट देखकर सुप्रीम कोर्ट के निर्देशों के अनुसार कार्रवाई सुनिश्चित कराई जाए। पर इतना तो लग रहा है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने अपनी नाराजगी भाजपा सरकार के खिलाफ व्यक्त की है कि अभी तक कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं हुई।
जी, Tiwari ji, thank you very much. Pramod Tiwari there, MP of the Congress Party, saying that this must be pursued legally. A case must be taken up. Of course, it must be investigated in depth. Anisha was tracking that. Anisha, the Supreme Court, while it dismisses the plea filed by Nupur Sharma, do you believe that at this point Nupur Sharma will have to take off immediately to those respective states and deal with those FIRs with urgent effect? Because several summons she's not adhered to. She's asked for 4 weeks. When it comes to Maharashtra, she said she needs 4 weeks time, citing threat to her life, etc. None of that was taken cognizance by the Supreme Court. They ignored all of that, saying that you first go to the High Court, despite she claiming that she has serious threat to life. And one can't ignore her claims and appeals too, because what we saw in Udaipur is chilling.
Well, Gambhira, at this moment, Nupur Sharma does not have a choice. She will have to approach the magistrate courts which have issued summons, to her to appear for questioning. She will have to go and join the questioning. She will have to, if she wants to stall that questioning, then go to the High Court against that summons issued to her by the police to join that questioning. In this particular case, if you look at it, she has said that I have been summoned to join investigation, but I should not be called to multiple states because there is a threat to my life. And that is why all of these FIRs should be clubbed and heard in Delhi. So because Delhi police has given me protection, so I can go to the court, I can go to the police in Delhi and face the consequences of these FIRs. The Supreme Court has very categorically said no to such protection. The Supreme Court has very categorically said that you should have gone to the High Court, you should have appeared before the magistrate court, and the fact that you have not done so and you've come here directly reeks of arrogance. And this is a direct quote from the Supreme Court, that what you're doing is reeks of arrogance, that instead of going by the approaching the lower court, you're coming directly here.
Right, Anisha, stay with us. A quick listen from Sai Deepak, who's a Supreme Court advocate, joining us on the phone line on that. Mr. Deepak, what do you think was the intention of Nupur Sharma to approach the Supreme Court and not take up the matter with the respective high courts in different states? We know this is going to be excruciating for her. She may have thought of security threat, basically the threat to life against her must have been her primary contention to reach out to the apex court. But we're very surprised that the Supreme Court never paid heed to any of those threats to her life. Instead, pulled her up heavily, calling her solely responsible for the environment in the country today. How do you see this?
As a practitioner, I genuinely believe that this particular order and the observations made by the court in this particular case are really disappointing and depressing for multiple reasons. Nupur Sharma's prayer before the Supreme Court asking for transfer of all the cases to one jurisdiction is not out of the ordinary. In fact, it is par for course. Such petitions are filed on a daily basis when a particular individual is harassed legally through multiple cases across the country. So what she has done, legally speaking, based on several proceedings of the Supreme Court itself, is not something that smacks or reeks of arrogance. She has exercised her legal rights to approach the court. This is exactly why the provision for transfer exists in the law. That's point number one. Point number two, by making these observations, even before a trial court has had an opportunity to apply its mind to the case against Nupur, I'm sorry to say these observations have prejudiced her chances before a trial court or even before a high court if she wants to move for quash of these allegations and these charges. Three, this unfortunately amounts to victim shaming, because to hold that she is responsible for the murderous cause and actual murders across the country by those who claim to be offended by her speech and the statement that she made, I'm sorry to say, has the textbook effect of chilling free speech in this country, which the watchdog of the Constitution, namely the Supreme Court, ought not to have done, according to me, with a lot of respect. That's all I have to say.
Right. You know, Deepak, at this point, the Supreme Court has also said she needs to apologize. She owes an apology to the country today, and also asked on what kind of arrogance is she really showing to come to the apex court first and not seeking some kind of intervention from the High Court. Where does this leave Nupur Sharma at this point? Again, you rightly said that this has already set the tone. A quick word from you on where does this leave Nupur Sharma with the kind of legal options that she has left now?
In all humility, it was not for the court to extract an apology from Nupur Sharma or to say that she must apologize. This is not for any court in this country to do under any provision of the Constitution. So that observation itself, according to me, is beyond the pale of the Constitution. Second, all that she can do at this stage is either seek a review or go back to a high court or different high courts asking for quashing of these petitions, or at least to say that some of these petitions must either be transferred or they must go to a single jurisdiction. She has to now go back to the High Court to make these prayers, or she can try her shot by way of a review before the Supreme Court. But the review typically goes back before the same bench, and if it is the very same bench, I doubt she will succeed.
All right, and a quick word and a final word on the arrest that the Supreme Court has asked. Well, the other people who have made subsequent comments post Nupur Sharma's remark. Nupur Sharma has so far not been arrested, but they have been. What does this again direct?
Nupur Sharma's statement is with respect to a particular position on a belief system. The subsequent statements call for murders, call for beheadings. So there is no sense of proportion when we try and equate both. Please understand that. It's almost as good or as bad as saying that something that is said in writing is the same as asking for someone's head to be chopped off. This is a false comparison. This equivalence cannot exist. Nupur Sharma's statement did not endanger anybody's life, whereas the calls and the reactions thereafter have endangered public property, public life, public safety, as well as individual safety. Where is the comparison here?
When you speak of arrests on the heels of Zubair, who is the Alt News founder, he's been arrested on remarks that he's made years ago. Could that be equal to what Nupur Sharma has done? Is that as heinous and serious?
As far as I am concerned, Nupur Sharma's statement was made not off the cuff. She responded to a specific comment. Therefore, her statement must be understood in the backdrop of the discussion that was taking place in that particular program. Zubair's statements were standalone tweets which he has been making over the years, which for all practical purposes amounts to constant targeting of a particular community without any provocation. That is the distinction. Nupur Sharma did not make any statement until a statement was made, and that too a derogatory statement was made against the Shivlingam at Gyanvapi. That is the context in which the statement needs to be placed. Unfortunately, neither the Supreme Court did that, nor are we doing it.
Right. Mr. Sai Deepak, thank you very much. Appreciate your time and joining us on that. Let me quickly cut across to CPM leader Hanand Mullah joining us. Mr. Mullah, here is Supreme Court that's coming down heavy on Nupur Sharma at this point. They've already set the tone, it looks like, on the way respective state governments must take this case forward. She will now be left to deal with her legal battles at respective state governments, respective high courts in local states. How do you see this with the Supreme Court for the first time explicitly wording out what they think of what Nupur Sharma has done?
This is a very positive and encouraging judgment, because from the day one we are insisting a person, a culprit whose utterances created national disaster, law and order problem, movement, burning of property, loss of property, hatred among communities. So many disturbing incidents happen because of this blasphemous statement of person. But that person is still moving freely. It is unfortunate the government is protecting him. BJP is protecting her. This is a culprit. When some culprit spread venom and entire society become poisonous, immediately that should be stopped, checked, and punished according to law. But the government failed to take any action protecting her from being arrested or from being any other action. Then Supreme Court has given correct direction. I think that should be obeyed by different state governments and high courts so that culprit can be punished.
No, when you say punished, at this point, we see that there are many people, for that matter, who make derogatory comments against various religions, even for that matter, Hindu gods. So many comments that come up from people that never are pulled up. So targeting Nupur Sharma at this point, of course, apart from what the Supreme Court has said, how would you look at this case objectively? There are people who make comments on a regular basis on social media and otherwise. Do you think that Nupur Sharma, only because she held the responsibility of being the BJP spokesperson, is now being pulled up?
I tell you, unfortunately, there are hundreds of comments and derogatory comments against Mahatma Gandhiji and praise with his killers. But nobody is taking note of that. This will deteriorate the culture of our country.
So this is almost an example set with the Supreme Court taking this matter so strictly and making such strong observations. Do you think Supreme Court is setting the tone at this point against anyone who wants to make speech, who wants to speak on these lines, defamatory, derogatory comments being made against someone's religion, etc.? This is almost cracking a whip and saying it's not acceptable.
Yes, I think it will work a deterrence to the people. When utters any statement, he will be make it responsible. We have every right to criticize everybody, but not to derogate, not to defame. So this guideline, I think, will have an effect on the people, public statement, and be careful that our cultural ethos or honor of the person, and community and religion, everything are not hurt.
Right. Mr. Molla, the kind of threats that are coming her way, even at this point, we saw what happened in Udaipur, and that leaves us shell-shocked. People taking law into their own hands. Nupur Sharma very rightly says that she's receiving threats to her life, and one can't help but believe her, because the man who supported Nupur Sharma, a mere support message that he put on his social media platform, resulted in his fatal end. He was murdered brutally by two Muslim men. And this kind of anger that prevails among certain communities, how do you look at that? Do you, of course, condemn it? I'm sure you do. But how would you look at that? How should that be dealt with? Can you really blame Nupur Sharma entirely for that? For someone murdering someone?
That should be very strongly by the law and order keeping machinery. That is necessary. Those type of action, killing, nobody has to kill anybody for any type of any crime. It should be punished strictly. Like that is from the day one we are saying that anybody who takes the order in their hand and commit such mistakes must be sternly dealt with and they will be punished according to law. But according to law, the criminal who created this problem for the country, that also should not be ignored.
All right. Mr. Mullah, we know that the people across the country right now are debating on whether or not Nupur Sharma made a comment that was already written in the text, in the books. And if at all it is already written, and if it is established, what she said may be true or may be false, do you think, how would you counter that? People saying that she may have just quoted what was already there. What's wrong in that?
What wrong? You consider you a person with a understanding of the culture or history or constitutional or right of the persons or the opinion, about the blasphemy. On the basis of that, you consider asking me why you are not people ask why Jubair is booked because of crime of others. Only he mentioned that such crime was committed. Why is the journalist under bar and he is suffering all this repression and the criminal outside is moving freely?
No, according to you, she has committed blasphemy. That's what you say strongly.
Definitely.
All right. Mr. Hanan Mullah, thank you very much. Appreciate your time on this. Of course, Nupur Sharma has received massive setback at this point, with the Supreme Court now very clearly saying that they will not intervene. It's now for Nupur Sharma to reach out to various high courts in those states where FIRs have been filed against her. So far, she faces no arrest. And that's again what's something that the Supreme Court has observed, saying that there are many people who she filed a complaint against who have been arrested, but Nupur Sharma herself remains free even till date. Also, further making some strong observations here and saying that Nupur Sharma is solely responsible for the vicious environment that we see in the country, almost indicating that what happened in Udaipur is also the fault of Nupur Sharma. Really, really strong words of the Supreme Court coming in the way of Nupur Sharma when she reached out to Supreme Court for intervention on clubbing all the FIRs to be moved to Delhi so that she could deal with it in one state instead of moving about from one state to the other where FIRs have been filed against her. Remember, we're looking at multiple states, be it Maharashtra, Delhi, Rajasthan, Telangana, multiple states where FIRs have been filed against her. She claims that she has received threat to life and therefore cannot travel so freely to all these states to face those FIRs and face those cases. So she may have to now, with no other choice left, reach out to high courts of those states where FIRs have been filed against her. And that would mean more than 4 states that she will now have to hop to try and get some relief. It is a long fought battle for Nupur Sharma at this point. She already claims that she has threat to life, and doesn't seem like the Supreme Court has really taken that into cognizance and has further slammed her for being irresponsible and making comments of such nature that has really resulted in outrage across the country. A quick take on what are those real points that the Supreme Court has made while observing this case. In fact, Nupur Sharma reached out to the Supreme Court only to find intervention and relief to club all her cases, all the FIRs against her from multiple states to one state, Delhi. Instead, what the court has said that for what you've said, it's created such outrage in the country, you must apologize. Further, the Supreme Court almost indicating that what has happened in Udaipur, the beheading in Udaipur of an innocent Kanhaiya Lal who only supported Nupur Sharma, that's all because of what Nupur Sharma said. Had she not made that statement, we wouldn't have seen this environment in the country. And right now, from what we hear of all the arguments, or rather the observations that the Supreme Court has made, they say that the unrest in the country entirely is because of Nupur Sharma's remark that she's made. That's what the court has said. Further saying that it's not about threat to her life. In fact, Nupur Sharma could be a security threat to the nation. That's exactly what the Supreme Court has observed. Remember, Nupur Sharma reached out to Supreme Court only to say that she has threat to life, but the Supreme Court instead questioning her, are you a security threat to the country for the comments that you've made? Citing that the remarks that was made against Prophet Muhammad were absolutely provocative, and that could be the reason why this environment in the country. Well, the petition smacks of her arrogance. That's also something that the Supreme Court has observed, while saying that she could have easily gone to the High Court first before reaching out to the Apex Court. What was the reason for her to reach out to the Apex Court? Therefore, they will not intervene. They will not give her relief at this point. Of course, as we know, Supreme Court very clearly saying that she must apologize, and she should have apologized already. This could be even too late at this point for her to come back to apologize, that she should have apologized on TV. And finally, also the Supreme Court very clearly observing, while others have been arrested, Nupur Sharma so far has not been arrested. This is the Supreme Court setting the tone clearly on Nupur Sharma's case. Even as she reached out only for relief to club the FIRs, it seems that the Supreme Court came down heavy on her, opening up a can of worms on multiple angles of this case, citing that what Nupur Sharma said, she should have been responsible as a BJP spokesperson on national television, but she has refrained from taking that responsibility and has not observed any caution before making such comments that were provocative. All right, I'm going to cut across to a short break. We'll be right back on the developments on this case. Stay with us.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshata Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
You are what?
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are...
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Oh, sorry. हमें तो लूट लिया अपनी पार्टी वालों ने, बागी तेवर वालों ने, शिंदे के बवालों ने। हमें तो लूट लिया अपनी पार्टी वालों ने, बागी तेवर वालों ने, शिंदे के बवालों ने। नजर में गुस्ताखी, दिल लगा बगावत में, साजिशें देख कर हम फंस गए मुसीबत में। एक नाथ को लेके एक साथ चले, धोखा ऐसा मिला लुट गए शराफत में। कमल के जाल में जा फंसे हो आफत में, सब ये कहते हैं हम मिट गए सियासत में। वही वही पे कयामत हो हम जिधर जाए, मुस्कुराते हुए हम कई काम कर जाए। बागी तुम्हारे काम मेरा ऐसा कर जाए, देखते रह जाओ तुम सरकार हम बनाए। समझ में कुछ नहीं आता कि हम किधर जाए, शेर को पाला था वो बिल्ली जैसे डर जाए। हमें तो लूट लिया अपनी पार्टी वालों ने, बागी तेवर वालों ने, शिंदे के बवालों ने। हमें तो लूट लिया अपनी पार्टी वालों ने, बागी तेवर वालों ने, शिंदे के बवालों ने। हमें तो शिंदे ने लूटा, भाजपा में कहाँ दम था, मेरी कश्ती ही डूबी वहाँ जहाँ पानी कम था।
Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls. Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University.
Very good afternoon. You're watching India Today. I'm Nabila Jamal. A quick update on the Udaipur beheading. Some startling developments coming in on that case. First, the headlines. Supreme Court pulls up former BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma for her Prophet Muhammad remarks. Says she must apologize to the nation. Blames Udaipur beheading on Nupur Sharma. Another setback to Udhav Sena. Supreme Court refuses to hear a plea seeking suspension of 16 rebels urgently. Says we'll hear the matter on July 11th. Shinde trust vote in Maharashtra Assembly on the 4th of July. One symbol, one party and two claimants. The war between Shinde camp and Uddhav Thackeray camp over who is the real Shiv Sena rages on. Shinde all set to claim the party symbol. Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut appears before the Enforcement Directorate in the Patra Chaul land scam case. Says that he is not scared. A big blowback of Kanhaiya Lal beheading. Gehlot government removes Udaipur SP and IG. Killers shifted to high security jail in Ajmer. Agencies probing their Pakistan link. And floods wreak havoc in the northeast. Over 30 lakh people affected in Assam alone. Unprecedented downpour. Landslides reported in Arunachal. Even parts of Bihar inundated. All right, here's a mega news break that India Today is tracking on the Udaipur beheading. Sensational details emerging on that case. 2611 link that's now emerged to Udaipur beheading. The killers have used 2611 as their bike number. This is their number plate where it says 2611. What's shocking here is that the accused is said to have paid 5,000 rupees to get hold of this number plate. This 2611 number plate. They've paid 5,000 rupees to get hold of this number plate. The number of the bike is 2611. Basically, 2611 is the number of that bike that was used by these criminals, by these murderers, while they were roaming around the streets of Rajasthan. Incidentally, the number clearly matches with the date of the Mumbai terror attack. For this special number, they've paid 5,000 rupees as a draft in the ITO. Now, investigating agencies probing this angle on what kind of links that they have, already established that they could have links with some Pakistani radical groups. And all the more, this makes it evidently clear that there's larger conspiracy and backing to these criminals. They've been certainly influenced and may have been in contact very much with radical elements globally. Now, whether this is Pakistan alone or people elsewhere that they are currently constantly in touch with, that will be established post the investigation. But this is a chilling detail that's now emerging, that these sick-minded murderers have paid 5,000 rupees only to get hold of a number plate that has the number 2611, which is 2611. Obviously, one can't help but think that was this a sick mindset to try and get a number plate that spoke of the Mumbai terror attacks, the date, exactly the date the Mumbai terror attacks were carried out. That's the number they wanted on their scooter's number plate. Let me cut across to Arvind Ojha on the spot, bringing us this ground report.
कन्हैया लाल की हत्या करने के बाद आरोपी रियाज और मोहम्मद गौस जिस बाइक से फरार हो रहे थे और उसके बाद उन्हें गिरफ्तार किया गया, वो बाइक, ये आप देख पा रहे हैं एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें। बाइक का नंबर जो है वो अब चौंकाता भी है और एजेंसियों का रडार पर है। देखिए, इस बाइक का नंबर RJ 27 AS 2611। आपको बताऊं 2611 को ही मुंबई में सिलसिलेवार आतंकी हमला हुआ था जिसने पूरे हिंदुस्तान को हिला दिया था। बाइक के जो आगे है वो लिखा हुआ है फैजाने अतर। अतर बताऊं, दरअसल जो दावते इस्लामी के से जुड़े लोग होते हैं वो अतर टाइटल का इस्तेमाल करते हैं। लेकिन मैं आपको दिखाऊं कि दरअसल जब कन्हैया लाल की हत्या के बाद जो रियाज और मोहम्मद गौस है वो सबसे पहले जाते हैं, सापेटिया इलाका है, वहाँ पर शोएब नाम का एक शख्स है, उसका दफ्तर है, वहाँ से वो वीडियो बनाते हैं कबूलनामे का, हथियार दिखाते हुए उसे वायरल करते हैं, वहीं पर हथियार छुपाते हैं जो हथियार बरामद हुआ है। लेकिन ये जो ब्लैक कलर की जो पैशन प्लस बाइक है, इसी पर सवार होकर सापेटिया से वो फरार होने की कोशिश करते हैं। ऐसा बताया जाता है कि अजमेर जा रहे थे। लेकिन ये जो 2611 नंबर है वो काफ़ी चौंकाता है। सूत्रों के मुताबिक ये जो स्पेशल नंबर है, स्पेशल नंबर को लेने के लिए RTO में बकायदा 5000 का ड्राफ्ट दिया जाता है। दोनों आरोपियों ने इस बाइक को लेने के लिए 2611 का जो नंबर है ये लेने के लिए बकायदा RTO में स्पेशल ड्राफ्ट दिया था और 5000 रुपये दिए थे। लेकिन अब ये 2611 जो मुंबई हमले से जुड़ी हुई तारीख है वो ये बताता है, ये दर्शाता है कि आरोपियों की मंशा किस तरह थी, कितने कट्टरपंथी विचारधारा के थे। बाइक फिलहाल सीज करके थाना मंडी में रखी हुई है, लेकिन अब ये बाइक का नंबर भी एजेंसियों की जांच का बड़ा हिस्सा है। कैमरामैन जियाउद्दीन और धीरज के साथ अरविंद ओझा, उदयपुर।
Arvind Ojha there, who's on top of the story when it comes to the investigation initiated by the NIA. Very shocking detail that emerges, and this has striking resemblance to, of course, the date of the Mumbai terror attack, 26/11. One knows that that was the date when the terror attack was carried out. That's exactly the number they wanted on their bike, which they used. These murderers wanted that number plate for their bike, which they used to carry out the crime. In fact, they've paid 5,000 rupees to the RTO in a draft and have gotten hold of this number plate, 2611. One can't imagine, obviously at that point, no one would imagine what are the intentions of these people, who are these people, are they criminals or not. In fact, they've applied for a draft in the ITO, requested a special request that they've made for this number 2611-2611. Really shows the cynical, sick mindset of these men, these murderers, who are now caught. They're in prison. They're being investigated by the NIA. They've been booked under the UAPA. Several links that have already been established to global agencies, radical agencies. At this point, links also to some Pakistan radical groups as well, even though Pakistan has denied these claims. But the NIA really certainly looking to some deep connections that these murderers have with some radical Islamic groups globally. Arvind Ojha, who's with us. Arvind, sun pa rahe ho aap? Do we have Arvind with us? अरविंद, यहाँ पर जो नंबर प्लेट है वो 2611 का नंबर प्लेट उन्होंने पैसे देकर लिया है, तो ये एस्टैब्लिश क्या होता है इसमें से? क्या आरटीओ से कुछ रिस्पांस आया कि इन्होंने कैसे यही नंबर प्लेट के लिए उन्होंने रिक्वेस्ट डाला है और 5000 दे भी दिया है उनको? इन्वेस्टिगेशन में या इंटेरोगेशन में ये लोग ने कुछ कहा है इस बारे में?
देखिए, मैं आपको बताऊं कि जिस तरीके से रियाज और मोहम्मद गौस ने इस मर्डर को अंजाम दिया है और जिस तरीके से वीडियो बना के वायरल किया है, तो इसे एक लार्जर कॉन्स्पिरेसी मानकर चल रही है उदयपुर एटीएस और NIA। और शायद यही वजह है कि अब ये जो नंबर प्लेट है इसको भी अपनी जांच का हिस्सा बनाएगी एजेंसी, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से ये कई ऐसे व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप से जुड़े हुए थे जिसमें पाकिस्तान के अलावा और दूसरी कंट्रीज़ के लोग थे और ज़्यादातर कट्टरपंथी विचारधारा के लोग थे। तो ये दरअसल 26/11 मुंबई में जो एक 2008 में एक बड़ा आतंकी हमला हुआ था, उसका स्पेशल नंबर लेना, ये दरअसल इनका माइंडसेट भी दिखाता है। तो दरअसल इस बाइक के सहारे इनके माइंडसेट को भी जांचने की कोशिश करेगी एजेंसी, और शायद यही वजह है कि ये जो बाइक है जिससे वो भागने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, स्पेशल बाकायदा नंबर लिया था, ड्राफ्ट दिया था आरटीओ में 5,000 रुपये का, उसके बाद ये नंबर लिया था और इसी नंबर से वो भाग रहे थे। तो ऐसे कई चीज़ें हैं जो इनके पास से रिकवर हुई हैं, चाहे जो वेपन्स है जिसके जरिए इन लोगों ने कन्हैया लाल का मर्डर किया था, 2 वेपन्स से 2 रिकवर हुए थे, वो सभी चीज़ें जांच का हिस्सा हैं। इसके अलावा जो इनका व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप था वो भी जांच का हिस्सा है। तो ये अपने आप में दिखाता है कि इनका माइंडसेट किस तरीके का था कि 26/11 का नंबर प्लेट ही ले रहे थे। इसके अलावा नबीला, मैं आपको बताऊं, कुछ देर में इसी कोर्ट में दोनों अक्यूज रियाज और मोहम्मद गौस की पेशी होने वाली है, जहां पर एनआईए की टीम फिलहाल मौजूद है। तो अभी दोनों को यहाँ पर पेश किया जाएगा।
We have some big update coming in. Let's take it on our screens here. NIA team now all set to arrive in Udaipur court, likely to seek remand of the accused. That's the big news that we're currently tracking, with the NIA team currently to arrive in Udaipur court, likely to seek remand of the accused. Remember, this comes also amid a time when lawyers in Rajasthan have objected to fighting for the accused, the murderers. They're not willing to take up the case. In fact, the lawyers there, of course, outraged with the gravity and the heinousness of this crime, that no lawyer willing to represent the murderers in court. This comes while the NIA now all set to arrive at the Udaipur court to take custody of these murderers. Arvind Ojha for more on that. Arvind, आप कह रहे थे?
देखिए नबीला, आपसे कुछ एनआईए की टीम जो 4 मेंबर एनआईए की टीम वो यहाँ पर फिलहाल मौजूद है, और कुछ देर बाद जो कोर्ट में दोनों अक्यूज्ड हैं उनको पेश किया जाएगा, प्रोड्यूस किया जाएगा। आपको बताऊं, कल भी जब दोनों अक्यूज्ड को पेश किया गया था तो इस कोर्ट के बाहर उदयपुर की भारी भीड़ जमा थी, कोर्ट के अंदर भी भीड़ जमा थी, जो मर्डरर है उन पर अटैक करने की कोशिश कर रही थी। इस वजह से फिलहाल कोर्ट के बाहर पुलिसकर्मी तैनात है, अंदर भी भारी फोर्स तैनात है, एनआईए की टीम मौजूद है, और कुछ देर बाद दोनों अक्यूज को प्रोड्यूस किया जाएगा जज के सामने, और फिर जो एनआईए की टीम है वो प्रोडक्शन वारंट मांगेगी, क्योंकि फिलहाल दोनों अक्यूज जुडिशियल कस्टडी में है, जेल में बंद है, अजमेर की हाई सिक्योरिटी जेल में बंद है, क्योंकि उन दोनों को सिक्योरिटी थ्रेट था ऐसा बताया गया, जिसके बाद उदयपुर जेल से दोनों को अजमेर की जेल में भेजा गया। और अब से कुछ देर बाद चूंकि एनआईए की टीम यहाँ मौजूद है, दोनों अक्यूज्ड रियाज और मोहम्मद गौस को कोर्ट में पेश किया जाएगा, उसके बाद प्रोडक्शन वारंट पर लेगी एनआईए की टीम।
Jay, Arvind Ojha, jude rahiye. I'm going to quickly cut across to Dev Ankur, who's also tracking those developments. Dev, a quick word as we see that this number plate of that bike where these criminals were using to move around in Rajasthan bears the number 2611. And what's sick is that they've actually applied to the RTO seeking special number plate of this nature, paid 5,000 rupees for that number plate and managed to get it as well. Any word on any suspicion that there may have erupted, earlier on with these men actually reaching out to the RTO asking for the same number plate? It's of course far-fetched to imagine that the RTO officials will raise suspicion, but this is for us a sick update, something that we are not able to digest, that this may have been running on the minds of these killers way before a remark that Nupur Sharma has made.
Well, Nabila, it could perhaps be even a coincidence that the bike, the number that they had the number of 2611, and it also raises the question that if the RTO asked for extra money for this number, why is it that it was being considered as a special number? Besides that, there is a lot of anger against the duo. I'm right now in Khanjipir area of Udaipur. Nabila, this is the area from where both Mohammad Riaz and Ghaus Mohammed hail from. They were staying over here in Udaipur, and out here I can tell you this entire area, you can see this entire stretch, it's an empty road, it's a big road. Mohammad Riaz used to stay over here, and you cannot spot a single soul apart from a few people who perhaps have gotten out for essential work, or police personnel, or people who are in the business of supplying essential commodities, except that there is no one out here who you can spot. This is if the camera person pans the camera, I will show you clearly. This is the place, Nabila, and this is very important. You should, look at this. This is the place where Mohammad Riaz was staying in Udaipur. You see this notice? This is the notice which was pasted by the anti-terrorist squad of Udaipur. This clearly mentions that both of them, Mohammad Riaz and Ghaus Mohammad, have been placed under arrest. This is the house where Mohammad Riaz was staying. He was staying on the first floor. The camera person can show you the place where Mohammad Riaz was staying in Udaipur. He was here with his family, with his wife and 2 children. So this is the exact location where Mohammad Riaz was staying in Udaipur. Importantly, he came over here on June 13th. Before that, he was staying at another place. He was thrown out by the landlord because he had some altercation with him. Thereafter, he came over here. And the family members were also staying over here. Perhaps he had not told his wife even about his, murderous intentions. The day when the act was committed on June 28, thereafter, the wife went to her parents' place, which is behind this lane. And over there, the entire family, I have spoken with several neighbors out there, they maintain that the entire family has ran away from there. They escaped from there on the very same date that Mohammad Riaz committed that murderous act, and that video went viral. So after the entire family ran away from there, the police came and interrogated the neighbors, asked them about them. In fact, even the landlord, Muhammad Umar, was extensively interrogated, asked about whether he knew about the antecedents of Mohammad Riaz, what were his credentials, why was he given a place to stay over here, whether his tenant verification had happened. So Muhammad Umar, informatively told them that he did not have any inkling about the intentions of Mohammad Riaz or that he was up to such a thing, and that, some of the people say that both of them used to pray a lot. They used to, read namaz 5 times a day. And about Ghaus Mohammad, they say
unfortunately for some in the community, that's all that they want, only to see that the people who they are dealing with are religious, they are praying 5-time namaz. That means they're good people. That's an unfortunate state of affairs. It's a Muslim locality. Is it a Muslim neighborhood? And like you rightly said, was there any police verification done of those tenants by those owners? And what were these men really up to before this? In the sense, were they doing a job? Were they appointed, employed somewhere? What is their background before coming to this house? And also, are they locals of Rajasthan? Again, something that we've not got clarity on as yet.
So, Nabila, I will answer each and every question of yours because some of these are really important questions. Mohammad Riaz hails from Rajasthan, but he was staying in Bhilwara. So, he arrived in Udaipur around 22 years ago. Since then, he was staying in different localities. Since the beginning, he had been on rent. Whereas Ghaus Mohammad is concerned, he's a local from Udaipur. He had been staying in Udaipur since the very beginning. His family had been staying in Udaipur. And, the neighbors, the reason I mentioned that they were, 5-time namazis, as they call them, because the neighbors claim that we had never had an inkling about these kind of activities. But what we are given to understand is that Mohammad Riaz, around 2013-14, went to Pakistan, Karachi, got indoctrinated over there, came back, watched a plethora of videos on YouTube which had those indoctrination sermons in them, and thereafter Ghaus Mohammad came in contact and he also got indoctrinated. Now there are several, stuff that has been already confiscated by the police initially, and perhaps that may have been passed on to the National Investigation Agency as well. And the police patrolling has been happening regularly out here. I can tell you that there is a lot of rage, a lot of angst against these men. They claim that they have destroyed the communal fabric that existed between the Hindus and the Muslims, because now they also say that there is a lot of distrust. In fact, I was speaking with a couple of young men yesterday. They told me that there has been a loss of about 20 to 25 crores. In fact, I can tell you you asked me whether this is a Muslim locality or not. The majority of the people out here do belong to the minority community, and they maintain that they have sustained losses of about 20 crore rupees because, several of them are such people who earn by the day and, sustain
and
their
ever since the murder, and prohibitory orders, their shops, their businesses have been shut.
Oh, absolutely, because you see this entire, the camera person can show
it's
you
undoubtedly,
all of these shops.
Go on, show us, please.
all of these shops. Yeah, all of these shops. If the camera person brings the camera forward, I can show you all of these shops right now. Each and every shop. It's an afternoon time. It's a weekday. It's a Friday. But you can see all of these shops are shut. Several of these shops belong to Muslims. Some of these shops belong to Hindus. In fact, some of the people were telling me that they have been staying in neighborhood for years, for decades, for a number of years, and no such thing had happened. There was a perfect harmony between them. But this kind of an incident really, hits at the bottom of the trust factor, and that is something which has been. It can take years for that trust to be built back, and they claim that they feel that sense of suspicion, that sense of distrust, that sense of a suspicious eye of people looking at them with that sense of distrust, and that is why they believe that once they go out, once this curfew ends, the life will be really difficult for them, because that communal harmony and that social fabric that existed earlier, that no longer is there, and that is perhaps the biggest cost of that one heinous, murderous, really horrific act of Kanhaiya Lal being killed.
We've seen for centuries that Hindus and Muslims in India particularly are trying to live together in peace and harmony. That's the attempt. There have been multiple attempts to disturb it. But even though people try and attempt, innocent people on ground try so hard to live in peace and harmony, such kind of unsocial elements, these sick-minded men literally blow up all those efforts put by innocent people on ground to maintain this harmony between the two communities. So clearly, we know and understand very well why there is distrust now. Unfortunately, none of those neighbors even noticed or smelt anything fishy with these men, because they were praying 5 times namaz. And that's where the fault lies, that you just because a person is religious, that does not mean he's good. There could be a lot more layers to the person. One should investigate, interrogate. While you're giving your house for rent, the first thing first is to do a police verification. If that wasn't done, that clearly is the ignorance of those locals there who believe that because they're religious, they're good people. Arvind Oja also joining me on that. A quick word, Arvind ji, वहाँ पर जो number plate के बारे में जो bike का number plate जो है, जो 2611 number plate है, वो bike लिया कब गया था? वो number plate के लिए apply कब हुआ था? ये number plate उनको मिला बहुत पहले है या अभी हाल ही में? नुपुर शर्मा के comment के बाद मिला है या उससे पहले मिला है?
नहीं, देखिए ये अभी जांच का विषय है, क्योंकि अभी तक ये क्लियर नहीं हो पाया है कि इन्होंने कब लिया है, लेकिन काफ़ी वक्त पहले, क्योंकि पैशन प्लस ये ब्लैक कलर की बाइक है और ये रिकवर भी तब हुई है, एजेंसीज को ये जानकारी भी तब मिली है जब उदयपुर से ये कन्हैया लाल का मर्डर करने के बाद जब ये भाग रहे थे, उस दौरान इसी बाइक पर सवार थे जब इनको पकड़ा गया था। अभी फिलहाल जो जानकारी मिली है उसके मुताबिक 5,000 रुपये डिपॉजिट किए थे स्पेशल नंबर लेने के लिए। ये बाइक कब ली थी इसके बारे में अभी क्लियरिटी एजेंसीज को नहीं मिली है। वो आरटीओ ऑफिस से जो यूपी एटीएस, माफ़ करिएगा, उदयपुर एटीएस है, वो आरटीओ ऑफिस गई है इसी की डिटेल्स निकालने के लिए। लेकिन ये क्लियर है तस्वीरों में कि 26/11 और ये हमें जानकारी एकदम पुख्ता मिली है कि एक ड्राफ्ट दिया था इन्होंने 5,000 रुपये का ये स्पेशल नंबर लेने के लिए। नवीला
जी बिल्कुल अरविंद जी, what we are of course trying to understand is whether these men had intention to strike and unleash terror much longer and much before what Nupur Sharma said. Was this always their intention to find a reason to come out with their real intention to carry out a terror strike like that? They just needed one reason for them to strike, and that's what we see here very clearly, that these men have been fully radicalized, indoctrinated. They've already visited Pakistan, and that's where it seems that they've got that influence, after which they've been watching several videos and have turned into these sick men who have now come under arrest. IG ATS Praful Kumar Udaipur speaks to the media.
और इन जो 2 मेन मुख्य आरोपी पकड़े गए हैं उनके साथ इस घटना की तैयारी में, इस घटना का षड्यंत्र करने में और इस घटना को अंजाम देने में इनका एक्टिव रोल रहा है। इसके आधार पे इनको इस प्रकरण में लिया गया है।
Well, an ISIS-style execution that sent shockwaves across the country. Beheading of Udaipur's tailor Kanhaiya Lal left his family absolutely shocked, bereaved. Widespread protests soon after erupted, condemning the lack of timely response from the Rajasthan police. But Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot claims that the police did a good job. He's also now suspended the SP and the IG for not taking quick action earlier. Let's have a look.
He was threatened, brutally attacked, butchered, and finally beheaded. The butchers celebrating the ghastly crime. The decapitating of Hindu tailor Kanhaiya Lal by two Islamist radicals has sparked massive outrage across the nation. Effigies were burnt, massive sloganeering erupted, and a massive crowd made mega chorus for justice. Thousands of angry protesters hit the streets, raising slogans, demanding justice, and marching under heavy security. Protests erupted in several cities across the country, including Udaipur, Khargone, Jhajjar, Meerut, Aligarh, and Hyderabad, where protesters sought action against the jihadis who beheaded Kanhaiya for backing Nupur Sharma. Mega protests erupted in Hyderabad by Hindu outfits, VHP and Bajrang Dal, where effigies of jihadis were burnt at the state government office. India Today reached where the Islamist radicals had made celebratory videos after beheading Kanhaiya.
इसके अंदर बैठकर उसने वीडियो बनाया था, वो वीडियो जो आज पूरे हिंदुस्तान में वायरल हो चुका है कन्हैया लाल की हत्या के बाद। इसी में बैठकर रियाज और गौस इसी शॉप में बैठकर वो वीडियो बनाया था।
Facing flack over his police denying security for the Hindu tailor despite repeated threats by Islamist radicals, CM Ashok Gehlot met the family, offering a 50 lakh ex gratia amount. He surprisingly lauded his police, saying it did a good job, arresting the killers. The family, however, rooted for justice.
हमारी पुलिस ने एसओजी ने अच्छा काम किया, एक तरफ हत्यारों को पकड़ लिया और दूसरी तरफ मालूम कर लिया कि इनका अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संगठनों से संबंध है। मेन बात ये इसलिए नेशनल इन्वेस्टिगेशन एजेंसी है ये पिक्चर के अंदर।
को जैसे मारा वैसे उनको मारना, मेरे मामा को जस्टिस दो, we want justice, मेरे मामा।
The NIA, which is grilling Mohammad Riaz and Mohammad Ghoz, suspects that ISIS videos were used to radicalize them. Their mobiles are being put to forensic test to establish links with Pakistan-based Dawat-e-Islami. With Arvind Ojha and Devankur Vadhavan in Udaipur, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, in an exclusive conversation to India Today, Tarun, the son of deceased Hindu tailor Kanhaiya Lal, has spoken. He spoke about the father who was murdered right inside his own shop for supporting suspended BJP leader Nupur Sharma. And he's made some really startling observations, saying that there were threats that his father received much before the murder itself. Let's take a listen.
हम ही आपसे जानना चाहते हैं तरुण, जो चिता की आग है वो तो ठंडी हो गई, लेकिन आपके सीने में जो आग है, अब आप क्या चाहते हैं कि आपको न्याय मिले? किस तरह से आपको न्याय मिलेगा तरुण?
सर ओनली सर अभी हम खाली एक ही बात चाहते हैं कि जैसे कि उन आदमखोरों ने हमारे साथ 2 आदमखोर आए थे मेरे फादर की शॉप में और मेरे फादर को उन्होंने खंजर चलाए हैं। मतलब 26 गांव आए हैं टोटल न्यूज़ में हमने सुने। तो हम भी ये चाहते हैं